Yup. How are we today, my friends? I hope we're doing well. I hope the stream is going okay. I hope the audio is good. And hope we're all doing okay on this fine. It's afternoon for me. So that's pretty cool.
자, 밥 먹고 하죠.
Alright, let's go.
이번에도 우육면 먹으러 갈 거면 안 따라갈 거라고요?
Alright, so I'm sure you can tell by the
그럼
title.
주변에 고기만 한 데가 또 있나요?
We're gonna be testing Burn, the new Burn. Very exciting, I know. But there's there's a lot of tests, so I figured I'd stream it so that we can share findings, you know what I mean? What are we going to do? Probably 3 Mirror Dungeon, which is, the standard. But also, I want to test, just Ishmael in a standard team, pretty much. Excuse me. Just Ishmael in a standard team, probably. Then I want to test Ishmael with the Burn Core, which is like herself, Gregor, and Mersault, which I'm probably gonna have to dispense, which is just a tragedy. So we're gonna do that probably, and then after that we're gonna try and do with Liu Honglu, because Liu Honglu is like, Liu Honglu is his own story basically, because Mersault and Gregor have nothing better to be doing than to be part of a burn team, so you're not losing anything for using them. But Honglu has way better things to be doing than burn, right? Mostly Ting Tang, because, obviously Ting Tang, mostly it's his passive. It's probably the best support passive in the game. Just generally, it's literally free value, and it will always get value, no matter the situation, so it's just always great. So I want to see if using him on the bench, because his support passive owned, is like pretty good, but not crazy. It's good for burn, but burn, I feel like you do not need that much of a core. You do not need like the entire burn setup in order to make burn successful. So I want to see how important this passive is. I don't think it's that important personally, but there's only one way to find out. And I mean, besides that, the thing is, how much is one burn count per attack? Burn count does not do damage. That's the thing. Burn count does not do damage. It only does damage in 2 situations. It only does damage when you have this, the 6+ burn count, is when it actually starts paying off in damage. And then obviously if the fight goes super long and it starts actually using the burn count, then it'll be good. But burn count on its own means nothing. It just means insurance for the future. That your stack will be alive in the future, right? So I don't really value this very highly. And when we're considering how much potential damage this is going to do, is consistently activating 30% damage on just Ishmael's skill 3 going to be more damage in total than Gambit will offer, as a whole? Probably not, right? That's what I'm thinking. So that's we got a lot of testing to do, I think. And it's probably starts here. Actually, I mean, I don't have to use them yet. I'll uptime them later. But yeah. I'm trying to think. Do I want to dispense? I really don't want to dispense Liu Mersault. That sucks, man. This is actually so troll. I don't know. He's been evading me forever. So maybe I'll pull or something for him. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll pull for him. I mean, the only banner that is relevant for me to pull on would be the Ego banner, but Ego banners suck ass to pull on. So, I don't know, man. I guess we're just gonna do a normal team first, actually, I think. I don't know. Well, first, we want to test her in a vacuum, obviously. At the very least, we need to activate the Ego passive. I don't know if this really matters that much. Like, the actual Uptie 3, I don't think it matters that much. Apply 1 Wrath damage up. It still applies the 1 Wrath damage up. So it's not really that big of a deal. Inflict 4 burn instead of 3. Target loses double the sanity. Like, that doesn't seem important enough for me to care. And then we don't really care about the overclock. It's mostly, like, this Ego is, like, 90% of its value, I feel like, is just a support passive. So, you know, we can leave it at Uptie 2 for sure. And then, do I want to, we'll leave this for the next run. But, we'll just go. I want to take the gifts that give the least, just because, like, I don't know, there's not really a good testing environment in this game, let's be real. So, it's like, I don't know, there's not really a good testing environment in this stream, in this game. So, you know, it's like, we should be okay. Yeah, okay. So, at the start of the combat phase, inflict 2 sinking. I don't think we care about that. Staggered allies is probably going to be this. Painkiller, sure. Obviously, we'll bring this. Those are like the mandatory ones that we actually need to test. Then beyond that, I mean, we could bring N-Corp Sinclair, but he's just not that good in Mirror Dungeon. We could bring him a little bit, though. I mean, we could just bring, like, the usual suspects. I don't think we care that much. We'll bring Otis, I guess, for support passive. Gaze is pretty good, and then the last one doesn't really matter that much. I think we could just do like Rabbit, I guess, for insurance. It doesn't really matter. Neat. All right, yeah, let's go. Of course, we'll do Ting Tang first. How is our resource generation? We actually don't have that much gluttony on our team, now that I look at it. We have a fair bit. Pride is kind of lacking, but I mean, Pride is always kind of lacking, so I'm not surprised. We'll see what happens. Yeah, okay, we go here. First floors, unfortunately, are not very engaging in terms of just how, they're not very engaging in terms of just how much testing you get done, because they're really, really easy, obviously. I also want to see if she's, like, I don't think she's worth giving multiple slots to, but we can check. Her slots are obviously really strong, but she doesn't scale from getting more slots, right? The only thing she brings by getting more action slots is more damage, which everyone gets, so it's not like crazy or anything. I think we could use skill 3.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
제가 묻었네요.
유효타 좋아.
Plus 20 boost, love to see it.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
불길 속으로.
빈틈 투성이로군.
다 죽어.
쓰러졌군.
생각보다 잘 타는 걸.
보냈고.
I wish we had like a target dummy or something like in this game, you know? Like just a really tanky like meatball so you can test damage. I wish. Because like having to go through mirror dungeon in order to test things is like kind of lame, you know? Because like I think the only proper testing you can really get is like the final boss of the last floor, because that's like the only like big abno in the game, like that you can get right now, which is kind of a bummer.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
다 죽어라.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
순식간에 끝내죠. 보냈고.
다음.
보냈고.
I fought Donbeck 2 or 3 times, but not even that is a great test. Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Ramon. Or Raymond. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah, I'll just take the ego gift. Yeah, she wins these very easily.
이
There we
정도는
go.
쉽죠.
Yeah, the Sunshower Donbeck like boss, I think it's like 40. What is it? 47? 447, I think, is what it is. The Donbeck like Sunshower boss has a significant amount of health, but like it's kind of hard to like. I wish that you could like have a target dummy that you could set like weaknesses and resistances on, and like get like really detailed with it. Like you would set like how many parts the Abno would have, you know, how much health each part would have, the stagger thresholds, the resistances, the weaknesses, defense level, you know, like that would be really nice, wouldn't it? Because otherwise, most of the testing is just going to be pretty subjective. And subjective testing is not really like the greatest thing ever, because I mean, without actual numbers, it's just like, you know, oh well, she feels good to use. You know, she just feels good to use. Fibonacci cats, welcome. Hopefully it's a better time slot for you, maybe. Burn good, what the fuck? We're finding it out. I mean, literally, like, Burn is not doing anything. Burn is not really doing anything yet for us at the moment, because, I mean, the enemies are literally just insta-dying no matter what you use here, so I think once we, like, once you get to, like, floor 4, like, once you get to floor 4-ish, the enemies actually start pushing back a little bit, but, like, you know. I just wish Mirror Dungeon Hard wasn't delayed, because then we could test it on Hard Mirror Dungeon, which would be way more interesting, because obviously, as you know, the enemies scale up starting floor 2. They start scaling up significantly, so... Yes, I did Sun Shower because she's weak to Blunt. Yeah. My man, it's literally 12 AM here. My apologies, bro. It's all you. It's all you, bro. Yeah, a couple things that a couple of miscellaneous things I noticed. The first thing is like her skill 4 or skill 3. Her skill 3 coin 4. Like this, genuinely, this is kind of a problem. Not really, but it does come up. Because the 4th coin is after attack, if the enemy dies before this coin goes off, she won't get the plus coin boost. Because this coin actually has to attack in order for it to work. So if the enemy dies in the first 3 coins, then it doesn't go off, which is, I think, stupid. I think it's stupid. Time issue, my bad. Bro, it is your bad. But, like, I don't know why it works like that. But, I mean, it's whatever. Against bulkier enemies, it probably matters less.
다 죽어라.
Against bulkier enemies, it definitely matters less. Against squishier enemies, you just kind of run into the issue of them dying before you can. You run into the issue of people dying before you can get the plus coin boost off, and the plus coin boost is what really makes her kit pop, because it turns her skill 3 into or skill 2 into a skill 3. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just taking... Again, I don't want to take good ego gifts, so we're just taking tomorrow's memory instead of moths. I don't think we care about any of this stuff. We'll just go top. We could bring some more people just to farm sanity on them, if anything else, if nothing else. I stacked 198 burn on Fairy Gentleman. Definitely fun against bosses. Serenity, welcome. Two Serenity. Serenity, welcome. I imagine it's definitely the best on bosses because burn can stick. Like, bosses actually live long enough for burn to matter, because usually base level enemies are just going to die before the burn can even get stacking up. That's why I wish we could have like a testing mode, so that we could like test that stuff, because that's kind of sad that you can't.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고. 이대로 가보자고.
Because I want to, like, there's like almost no way to see if burn, like a strictly burn team is going to be better than just a generic like good stuff team, like just bringing Rabbit and whatever, like the generic lineup. It's like annoying as hell. I'm still mauling over enemies winning against Legger domain on floor 5. Dude, yeah. It's actually like cruel and unusual, like their clash values. I don't understand what they were cooking there. But I mean, hey, if they want to make the game harder, I guess that's one way to do it. You just never allowed to hit the enemies because they outclash you all the time.
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 너무 쉽군요.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
정화.
Yeah, it's Serenity, I got creative. Nah, you bro. I get it. Sometimes you want to be a little bit creative. I don't blame you.
좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Okay. Back to gameplay. Honestly, I'm not really noticing her do anything like spectacular. Beyond just being a fairly good, like a competent damage dealer, like generic damage dealer. Again, it's hard to tell because on the early floors, pretty much everything just explodes no matter what happens. Everything kind of just explodes no matter what happens. Do these guys have actual resistances? Fatal to blunt? Okay. I don't think I've ever read these enemies' resistances in my life, I'm gonna be honest. These guys just have no information either. Okay. My bad. But like, another thing that's kind of awkward is her speed. Her speed is average. I did mention her speed is average. 3 to 6 is literally, like, the average speed value in this game is 3 to 6. But she's a clasher. Like, she's a clasher, obviously. She gains coin power, and her skills have very good coin powers just across the board. They're pretty good. So having low speed as a clasher is kind of tough, I think. I don't know if it'll come up a lot, but you know, it'll definitely, it's a little bit awkward. It's definitely not something that, like, it's not something that's not worth mentioning.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
beyond that, I think, I mean, we have yet to see if it's, like, actually good. Because, like, seeing big funny burn number is, like, seeing big funny burn number is obviously good. But the thing is, burn damage is, like, slower. Because there's no way to, like, burst burn in the game yet. So burn damage is just slower than upfront damage, right? And, like, the thing is, the faster you can deal upfront damage, the faster the target gets staggered. The faster the target gets staggered, you can, you know, the faster you can start actually killing them, basically. And beyond that, upfront damage is just it's better because it's just easier to play, like, it's easier to plan around, you know, because it's just less math. It's just less math going on when you're just like, all right, quick suppression is just gonna deal 1,000,000 damage. But it's a little bit harder to plan around, like, burn damage and stuff like that, and also having to wait per turn in order for the burn to go. Wow, okay, that's devastating. 4 HP. Okay. Yeah. I think my funniest fight is burn build against Talisman. I was able to stack like 99 burn with 3 to 5 burn count, and half of my time either died or half of the time either died or was staggered. I still won because of ego spam. Dude, what is this guy's problem? Bro is allergic to hitting heads. Dude, my bad, bro. What the hell? Jesus. Praying for burn deluge? Like, exactly, right? Like, exactly. Like, they need something like burn deluge to really pay off with burn, like stacking burn, because burn is way easier to stack, but rupture ends up being better in execution because rupture you can actually, like, quote unquote burst. Like, you have ways in the game to speed up the rate at which rupture does damage, right? Like, you use a multi-coin skill and rupture will start dealing a ton of damage because you keep bursting the stack over and over and over again, right? So there's ways to accelerate cashing in the damage on rupture, right? Burn is literally, like, strictly once per turn, right? If you can stack it on multiple Abno parts, then it'll take multiple instances of damage per turn, obviously, but even then, it's still strictly once per turn, right? You get burned once per turn, and that's it. So, what is all this? Charge, don't care. Poise, dude, don't make me laugh. When an Abno, the targeted part with burn is defeated, have to burn it. I mean, like, if we want to do burn builds, then we can do charred disc, but, I mean, for the sake of testing, I kind of don't want to buy it, but it would be funny, so I'm gonna buy it anyway. Even though it kind of skews our testing a little bit, but it's okay. Here, let's take out Faust and just have Sanity here. The only thing I noticed about her is that her skill 1 is with boost actually wins on some clashes in the 5th floor comparing to other skill 1s. Yeah, for sure. Her skill, like, her coin powers are really. Oh, is this a new background? I've not seen this before. That looks very neat, actually. I like this. Yeah, her skills, coin powers are, like, really good, genuinely. So, yeah, this is speed differential here, unfortunately. We want to be able to activate our plus coin power, or plus coin up, so we'll do that, I guess. And then this is going to Ting Tang. You know what? We'll just clash to be safe. I don't think it'll matter. But yeah, her skill 1 is, like, really strong. I think it might be one of the strongest skill 1s in the game, in terms of clash power, for sure, probably. What are the best skill 1s in the game in clash power? I know off the top of my head that, Reindeer's skill 1 is the best in the game on paper, just in terms of clash power. Her skill 1 has a total power of, like, 13 coins, coin power. So she clashes like an absolute motherfucker. Bro, it's hitting so, man. I have to go through all of this. Okay. But yeah, her coins are really strong on her skill 1. Then you have like we'll go here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This fight fucking blows. After that, I think most skills have 11 hovering around. Like when we think of good coin powers, they have like a 11-ish. I think 7th section Otis has second most effective flash power because her coin power is 10, but she lowers the she lowers the enemy's flash power by 2. So effectively it's 12 base coin power, or like total coin power in a clash, which is fine. 12 is you know, pretty good. For a skill 1, it's extremely up there, and then beyond that, I think it's kind of whatever. So when you have coin power plus 1 on her skill 1, it turns into a 12, which is, you know, tied for second most in the game, which is, you know, for skill 1, that's extremely good, right? And if you have the plus coin, if you have the plus coin boost on her skill 1, it turns into, what, a 14, which is the highest flash power on a skill 1 in the game. So, you know, there is actually, like, significant, difference there, in terms of just skill 1 coins, that she can achieve, in theory. But, you know, usually if you have plus coin power, the buff, you would not be using it on her skill 1. So, it's not like, you know, on paper, yeah, but, like, in practice, probably not gonna come up ever, because you want to use it with skill 2, obviously, if possible. But, you know, it's pretty easy to get 3 burn on enemies, so I would not be surprised, because it's easy to get 3 burn on enemies. So, so I would not be surprised if it consistently clashes for, like, 12, right? Which is tied for second most in the game. Obviously, Sinclair's gonna end up corroding here, unfortunately, but it's okay. I believe next floor, he'll just instantly corrode. I won't count on Burn Deluge because it kind of changes the whole nature of what Burn is supposed to be. Yeah, it is. Even though Burn naturally sucks because most fights should end in 1 to 2 turns. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, I mean, like, dude, imagine Pinpoint Logic Circuit. You know what? Maybe we just go all in. Just fuck it, dude. Maybe having a little bit of fun couldn't hurt, you know? Yeah, so we'll go here. I don't think we need Sinclair anymore, honestly. We could start boosting Rabbit's sanity, maybe. But yeah, they would not do Burn Deluge, like Burn Burst, in this game, I don't think. Like, it doesn't really make sense. That's like the only way to make it good in my imagination right now. Like, that's the only way to make it, like, the status effect itself good. Because right now, Burn is mostly carried by the IDs that actually interact with Burn. The damage that it actually does itself is, like, pretty medium. It's not, like, bad or anything. It's not, like, bad damage. But it's not, like, you know, it's not damage that is good enough to be worth building around, right? Like, people who are, like, Burn is good now, I think they're getting it confused with, like, the IDs who have Burn in their kit are good. It's not like Burn itself is any better than it was before. It's just the IDs who have Burn in their kits are better. Because Burn itself, as a status effect, is still just as, like, just as okay as it always has been, pretty much. It does do fair damage, but actually cashing in the damage is a problem, right? So, it's like, overall, it's like, okay. That's why I'm trying to figure out if, like, if LCCB is really worth subbing out for it, because I don't think so. But people seem to be really simping hard for this new ID, so maybe. I kind of don't think so, honestly. There's obviously there's the context of you know, what level of play you're doing, and like, obviously 90% of what I'm saying, I'm just thinking about Railway when I say it. If that's not clear, I'll make it clear now. Like, pretty much all of the stuff that I'm saying is only applicable to Railway. outside of Railway, you can do whatever the hell you want, pretty much. Like, it does not matter. Trust me, it literally does not matter. You can get 120 in Railway. Like, you can get 120 in Line 1 Railway with base centers only. Like, I'm pretty sure the base center only world record in Line 1 was, like, 115 turns, with no egos. Like, base centers and base egos only. Was like 100 and, was like 115-ish. So you can literally do whatever the hell you want, in this game, and it'll work. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, because there's two major things to keep in mind, and I mentioned it in the video. The first one is the opportunity cost, which is basically, if you don't know what opportunity cost means, it's basically what you're, like, the price of what you're giving up in order to do something else. It most likely won't. Yeah, like, it probably, it won't get, a deluge effect, I don't think. Like, it doesn't really make sense for it to. Hello. But there's the opportunity cost of, you're giving away, LCCB, which is, like, super good. Like, extremely good, right? In terms of just the sheer amount of value. Like, hers, like, I will not deny she does good damage. Her skill 3, if you can set it up, like, adequately, again, I'm assuming you're not going to be hitting this consistently, the deal plus 30% damage. You're not going to be hitting that consistently. But her skill 3 on its own still hits for, like, triple digits easily, for the most part. And then beyond that, there's also her skill 2 with the plus coin power buff that she gets on the following turn, if you can set it up correctly. And with that, her skill 2 gains the same amount of the skill 2 gains the same amount of coin power as the skill 3. And that's not even considering the plus coin power on the skill 2 itself, which comes up if the target has, like, 6+ burn, which is obviously really easy to achieve. Like, even with a bare bones burn setup, you can achieve that easily. So her skill 2 actually becomes stronger than most skill 3s in terms of coin power and damage, just on paper. Which is, like, obviously really good. But the opportunity cost is you're giving up 5 fragile, and what we're trying to figure out basically is, like, will 5 fragile on its own, basically, will that do more damage than everything that she can do? What is this? It's an enkephalin box, I guess, on someone's head. Plastic crashing is accompanied by sloshing of a liquid. Okay. Rubber O-ring is worn around their neck? What the hell? Dude, I've never seen this, check before, obviously. You know what? I'm feeling like we probably... you know, we'll let him free, you know? We'll let him free, surely nothing will happen. Help our boy out? Oh my god, dude, this check is, like, absurdly difficult. You know what? Mutilate hits, though. Yeah, okay. Sympathy causes a hand to be offered. Put it away. Okay. My bad. Okay, but we get an ego gift. Oh, this is the employee card. Alright. I mean, I don't know if you know, but the employee card is, like, ludicrously OP. But we don't have W Don or anything right now, so, you know, it's not, like, crazy or anything for us at the moment. It's just kind of neat. Good to know the interaction, obviously. Struggling? Yeah, okay. We're also struggling here. Skill 1s, man. Like, skill 1s only, for real. We're struggling here, too. Man. Alright, that's cool. Honestly, my status tier list would go Bleed, Rupture, Tremor, Burn, Sinking, Poise. I'd probably do something similar. I'd say, yeah, Bleed and Rupture probably at the top. Tremor because it's actually meta relevant. Like, Tremor actually does things now. It's very niche though. Like, beyond Bleed and Rupture, I think the utility of the like damaging status effects, like the combat status effects. Because if we're counting like fragile and stuff as status effects, then obviously like the entire thing changes. But if we're talking about like actual in combat like status effects that will, you know, that affect interactions and things, then yeah, I'd say like Bleed and Rupture as the damage status effects are probably on top. Tremor and Burn are like interchangeable, honestly, because Tremor is only good against very specific enemies, and beyond that it's literally useless. So it's like a very, very polarizing status effect. Burn is just universally good. So, you know, maybe I would put Burn above Tremor because at least it's universally applicable. And again, we can see like the issue of the plus coin boost on the 4th coin is coming up because she kills with her first coin of skill 3, so she doesn't end up getting the plus coin boost. In this case, obviously it doesn't matter because the enemies are all dead, but I could see it coming up kind of not frequently, but I could see it coming up a non-zero amount of times, so it's just something to have to play around. We are stacking significant burn though because of ego gifts and stuff, which is kind of neat. Damage is good, but LCCB just has too much utility to change. I will use her, but I use burn in all fights in the game if possible. Yeah, I mean, it's universally good. What's going on here? Random ally gains 3 poise. Dude, what is with all these poise? Let's take Nebulizer, I guess. Actually, I don't know. If you see the ego gift, does it count as like... Does it count as obtained if you've seen the ego gift, or do you actually have to pick it up? Because maybe I should just be like... Maybe I should just be boosting my log. Maybe I should just be boosting my log, you know? Uptype 4 will fix her copium? I mean, she doesn't even need fixing. Like, she doesn't even need fixing because she's already good. Right? Like, she doesn't need fixing. Snag harpoon here. She's not bad. It's just like the competition is close enough. Like, the thing is, the competition is close enough that I'm willing to... Oh my god, bro. I mean, okay, it's fair for hitting 3 heads in the clash, so you know what, it's fair. But it's like she's good enough to be worth testing extensively, but she's not like she's not good enough to make it like cut and dry, you know? Like, she's not good enough for me to say, you know, I don't even need to test this because I think it's really good. Like, I think it's so good that it's like it's obvious that she's better or worse, right? I think for 90% of players, she'll probably be better. Because having like LCCB is really, really like niche. Like, she's a specialist, right? She's a specialist in the same way that that Ting Tang is a specialist, right? Like, if you're going into a stage blind, usually bringing Kurakumo is better than Ting Tang because Kurakumo just generally does things more consistently than Ting Tang does, right? But if you know what you're going into a stage for, like if you know, let's say you're in Railway or something and you know what you're looking for, or you have a very specific strategy, Ting Tang will probably get more value than Kurakumo because you actually know what's going on in the fight beforehand, so you can prepare for it, right? And it's kind of the same thing with LCCB and Liu. Like, Liu is just a way better generalist. Like, LCCB is not a very good generalist. She only shines on stages that can really accommodate like a burst. They can really accommodate a burst turn. So it's like, you know, on some stages she's really useful, on other stages she's not super useful, and outside of literally like hyper optimizing a strategy, like outside of that, she's not like... Actually, we can just brute force outclash this, right? Yeah. Outside of hyper optimizing, LCCB is not that good, right? Because unless you're doing an insane pop-off on the same turn as your fragile, and you're like consciously looking for it, looking for that pop-off turn, she generally is not that good in comparison, right? Where Liu will basically get value almost all the time just because her damage is consistent and it's consistently above average, right? So if we're talking like optimized railway, I think come on. Fuck. if we're talking like optimized railway, I think LCCB is still going to be better because on very specific pop-off turns where you're like resetting for them, obviously, and then you know exactly what you're looking for, it's a lot easier to use. And the strengths really shine, right? And you know, on she's a specialist, so on stages where she is not shining, you can just leave her on the bench, right? And it's not a big deal. So you know, it kind of depends on what your priorities are. I feel like most players, like 95% of casual players, will see better results with Liu. Oh, this is a great ego gift. Give me sample. Because most of the time LCCB, her value is very niche. And most like she rewards like extremely meticulous strategizing and like a lot of resetting essentially. Like she rewards getting good RNG on her speed and like really strategizing on exactly what you want to see and what your damage ranges are. Like she rewards a lot of that technical play. Which is only really seen at the highest level, so I feel like most people are not going to care about it enough. Because, you know, if like, bare minimum, if you're not resetting a little bit for her speed, then, I mean, her fragile, which is obviously her most broken aspect of her kit, will go to waste, right? And then she's just, like, strictly worse, because her damage is obviously worse, her offense level and clashing are obviously worse. Right, so the only thing you would be getting out of her is her tremor, which is significant, but obviously again, tremor is very niche, so you won't get good tremor value consistently because only like 3 different enemies in the game actually care about tremor, right? The rest of them you can just kind of handle as you go, normally with just pure damage and just brute force them as usual. She's better than LCCB for me because I have bad luck and always roll low on her speed, so no one ever gets to use the fragile. Oh yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, Sam. Thanks for tuning in, Sam Walters. What a guy, Samuel. But yeah, like that. Basically, what I'm saying, like, you know, if you're not like willing to reset or you don't care enough about resetting, which I'm not saying makes you like a bad player or anything, it's like, it just, yeah, she loses most of her value, right? If you're not trying to reset. We're going left, I forgot. Alright, hey man. Yeah. I think approach them. Yeah, great code, sure. Great code, very nice. But yeah, she's very niche, and she only really sees, play at like the top level, because that's when you really need to start squeezing out every point of damage you can get, and then she becomes oh, I hate these guys. But then she becomes like extremely important to have. Sure. We can try and set up like a pop-off turn here, maybe. We have skill 3, but we've outsped, so like there's just no... I don't think there's a way we can get any of these guys staggered to set up our plus coin. I don't think they're going to take that much damage, honestly. Where's this going? Gregor? We'll go on this guy instead, I guess. And then where are you going? Also Gregor? Man. Okay, we'll go here, and then where are you going? Ishmael. Okay, fine. Sure, so we'll go here. I kind of wish we could get a stagger on one of these guys, but I don't think it's I just don't think it's possible for us to set up here. But yeah, if you're like a casual player going for 120, she's definitely going to be better because she's just a better generalist. Like, if you're not looking for specific strategies, then just bring as many generalists as possible, and you'll definitely have a way easier, more brainless time getting 120. For sure. Like, it's definitely way easier. So it's okay. But if you're, like, really trying to hyper-optimize, I don't... dude, I think hitting heads on that coin would have actually done it. Burn does stagger him there, though, which is kind of neat. This sucks, though. We just have no Gloom generation on our entire team. I just realized that. That's a little bit of a shame. I also don't want to use our Pride. Our Sin resource generation is really, like, upsetting. That's also kind of, like, one of the main cons of running 90% Liu IDs. Because they all have the same Sin generation. So they don't really have good diversity in terms of what colors they generate, which is a little bit of a problem. This guy having insane speed is like, man. Like I guess we're clashing with like Rosette Desire, which is okay, not a big deal. And then I mean, we're not staggering this guy. Hopeless. You're rolling in 19 because your offense level is 51. Dude, what is your problem? Yeah, I guess we're forced to use Legger. We're also forced to hit heads with it, hopefully. Give me here. Basically, unless you're trying to speedrun for min-max damage, there's really no need for LCB, since the mold isn't worth it. yeah. I think I agree with that for sure. Hardcore Alice, thanks for tuning in. One detail about Liu-ish or on full Liu, the average speed helps a bit. The other Liu IDs are fast, so you can set up burn stacks for her. Yeah, I agree. The other Liu IDs do outspeed. I'm pretty sure Gregor has 3 to 7. I think. Mersault has 2 to 5 or something, like miserable speed. Capote can help remedy it, but obviously it takes a turn to use Capote in the first place to get the haste, so it's like not ideal. And you know, and then what was hold on, let me just look up what Hong Lu's speed is. I'm pretty sure it's also fine. It's 3 to 6. So, I mean, they're not really, like, outspeeding consistently. The only one who's slightly faster is Gregor, 3 to 7. So, I mean, what does this cost? It costs Gloom. Like, I just want to outclash, man. Like, getting over these clashes sucks because our Sin generation diversity is really poor. We can outclash there. I think this guy will definitely get staggered, probably, before this skill goes off. So hopefully that works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't, I guess. Hopefully he gets staggered. I just bring her for Tremor, but then after floor 4 she just becomes Snag and Rosette person. LCCB. Yeah, basically. Like, again, LCCB is very niche. Like, you don't bring her just generally, right? You need to bring her for a specific reason. You need to bring her for either, like, I am specifically looking for Tremor on this stage, right? Like, if it's again, like the Technology Liberation Alliance, like the robots, you have to think to yourself, like, I am bringing her specifically on this stage, right? Or if it's like a single Abno that's really squishy, like if you're bringing her on from Railway Line 1, there were only a few stages you would bring her on, right? You would only bring her on, let's see, I mean, we'll take Homeward. You would only bring her on, like, single target Abnos that were really, really burstable, right? So, like, we can go, yeah, okay. You would only bring her on stages, with Abnos that are super burstable, like Watchdog, was the first one, Ichthys was another one. And then, like, you know, stuff like that. Blubbering Toad, you could bring her, but I did not. I don't think it's really worth it. Oh, it's not an Abno fight, right? Okay. But, like, you would only bring her on very specific stages because she's very specialized. And again, like LCCB really rewards optimized play because the shorter the battles are, the more valuable she is. And you might think to yourself, oh yeah, obviously because she has ammo. The ammo is not the problem. Like, she never runs out of ammo. The problem is you only get one usage of her skill 3, right? You only get one usage of 5 fragile. So every turn, like, if you're using the 5 fragile on turn 1, right? If you're doing like 2 turn wolf or 1 turn ichthys, you know, the fragile will be super good on stages that only last 1 turn, right? The fragile will be like absurdly powerful. The thing is, like, as soon as that turn ends, her value to the team essentially just drops to like 0 almost. Like, she beyond that 1 turn, literally her value is like almost nothing. Because that's like her power budget in her kit is like so skewed towards 5 fragile that beyond that 1 turn, it's like not, she is not remarkable at all almost. So unless you're doing a very specific strategy or you're playing a hyper optimized team composition, she will definitely get way less value than Liu will most of the time. Right? So like for optimized play, which is again what I focus on generally, like my channel is focused on like optimized play, top meta play, like, you know, top level play, meta play. You know, for that purpose, okay, we can outclash this. For that purpose, she's going to be worse than LCCB because if you have a specific strategy in mind, and you're playing to go as fast as possible, you're not trying to go for like 120, right? You're trying to go for like sub 80 bare minimum. Like sub 80 is where I would top out. Personally, I would consider like a low turn run starts at like below 80, right? For line 1 anyway, is what I would consider, because 80 was like 80 was like the minimum amount of turns I could get personally without resetting at all on line 1. So, you know, I would consider low turning starts once you have to actually start, once you actually have to start resetting. That was a crit mutilate, by the way. Crit mutilate reset. Holy shit, that was nice. Hold on, are we gonna? No. Okay, we'll stagger you probably though. Homeward is probably gonna carry us through the rest of this, but you know, unless you're like going for like 1 turn, 2 turn setups. Yeah, she's going to be worse, almost certainly. I'm waiting for Liu Faust and Isang, although I probably won't get Isang because I'm still biased to Spice Push right now. Brute Force Generalist team is fun until I like using until I feel like using a specific team like Ncorp. Yeah, Brute Force Generalist team is like again, in casual play, Brute Force Generalists are really strong, right? Like, in casual play, if you don't have a specific strategy in mind, just bringing just tossing a bunch of good stuff into a team comp will get you there. Like, this game is not, like, hard enough that you have to strategize deeply about every stage. If you're a casual player just trying to go for 120, then throwing a bunch of good stuff into a team is enough to get you there, like 95% of the time. I want to use Fluid Sac here to outclash this, but I don't think I care, honestly. We'll use Shank. Exploit the Gap is just getting outclashed for no good reason. Struggling. Quick Suppression struggling. I never thought I would see the day. We unfortunately have to use an Ego, otherwise we'll just lose our Quick Suppression anyway. So sure. But yeah, good stuff, like just generic good stuff team comps are way more than potent enough to get you through Railway casually, right? If you're not looking for specific strategies, then yeah, you can easily get through with just bringing good stuff. The reason why I feel like people are saying that she is that Liu Ishmael is just better. The reason I think that people are saying that she's just better than LCCB is because most of them are just used to winning because of the good stuff team comp, right? And Liu fits like a glove into the generic good stuff team comp Whereas LCCB does not fit into the generic good stuff team comp, right? Because she's very, very specialized. So they're biased. They're kind of biased towards that style of play where you go, you just toss in whatever stuff does like the most generic damage, without looking for anything in particular. And that's why they're all like, yeah, dude, this guy seems like, she seems really, really good. Like, she blows LCCB out of the water, right? Because to them, like, LCCB is basically like, who was it that said it? I don't remember who said it, but it was like, where was it? Yeah, Sam. Like, most of the player base is like Sam Walters. Like, they're Sam Walters is, right? She's better than LCCB for me because I have bad luck and always roll low on her speed, right? Like, you know, and I'm not saying that, I'm obviously not saying that Sam is like bad because he doesn't share my opinion, right? That's just silly. But, you know, most people just, that's just kind of how they see it, right? They just see it as like, you know, she has bad speed, she has good potential, I recognize she has good potential, but it's just not something that I'm interesed in, right? And that's fair for sure, but I feel like people are kind of writing off LCCB instantly as worse, even though she's definitely not. It just depends on what you're looking for. I also find it funny that I somehow got too much bleed because of one run that Kurakumo Honglu just became useless to me. Cloud Cutter didn't trigger. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, just the one thing I don't understand. Dude, another crit mutilate reset. Wow. The one thing I don't really understand, I don't know if you probably heard my desk. Like, my desk is squeaky as hell, I apologize. But, the one thing I don't really understand about the Kurakumo, like, if you're running like a bleed engine in your team, like if you're running a bleed core in your team comp, which is like, you know, Kurakumo Honglu and Kurakumo Ryoshu, right? Like, let's just say that, like, generally, that's like a bleed core. The thing is, like, Ryoshu applies like a solid amount of bleed count, like a solid enough amount of bleed count that it bricks Honglu's, we go Illusory Hunt for sure, it's just good. Barb Snare, this is the Rupture one, right? Yeah, I mean, this is just free damage, we'll take that. Green Spirit, I don't think we care about that. Otis skill replace, like, okay, sure, yeah. Give me another skill 3, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's just like counter synergy, I think. It's just weird. And also, like, ego gifts kind of fuck with it. But, I mean, you gotta make Cloud Cutter balance a little bit, you know? What I'm curious about Liu is how well she'll work with the ego passives. Snag, Harpoon, Ardor, and Capote have all decent passives. I think decent is underselling it, honestly. Ishmael has probably the best lineup of ego like, she has consistently the best lineup of ego passives in the game. Like, all of her ego passives are good. Even the Rosette Desire is no slouch either. She has not a single bricked ego passive, right? All of them are strong. Like, very strong. Snag Harpoon is fantastic. Ardor Blossom Star is also fantastic. Again, like I said in like a couple of my other videos, like, Ardor Blossom Star passive alone was good enough to make LCCB and She-Section Ishmael into honorary burn IDs because of how much burn the passive applies just on its own. Like, it's fantastic. And then her Capote ego passive is also obviously extremely strong because her skill 2, again, her skill 2 is strong enough that once it gets to the plus coin power up, like the plus coin up and the bonus coin power on burning target, like once you can get to that threshold, her skill 2 literally hits harder than like more than half of the skill 3s in the game. Like, it literally hits harder than most skill 3s. So when you're like boosting that damage with Capote, like boosting Wrath damage with Capote, it is palpable. the amount of damage. What the fuck is going on here? It is palpable the amount of damage that it deals, right? So like she has not only like great she has not only good ego passives, she has excellent ego passives. Like all of her ego passives are super broken. This is just fucked, by the way, this situation. I don't want to use Lantern, man. Like, I don't want to use Lantern. Whatever. I mean, man. Alright, Gregor, you're just gonna take it. I mean, we have Homeward. We'll use Hex Nail for clashing, I guess. For Railway, I would just go Generalist first for rewards, and then when I want a lower turn count, then I'll pick different characters' team for later run. Ego definitely makes a difference too. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's what I'm gonna do too. Like, if you don't know what's in the Railway, right? So the best thing you can do to start is to bring a Generalist team. Like, something that, a team, like a lineup that's well-rounded. It can do a little bit of everything, right? You know, that's the safest pick, and that's the best pick. Because, again, if you don't know what's in Railway, then, like, there's no point in bringing, like, LCCB if you don't even know if there's any strategies for LCCB, right? Like, you don't even know what any of the stages are when you first go in. So, definitely, Generalists are way better if you're doing a blind run, right? For sure. I completely agree there. That is definitely the way to go. And that's what I'm saying. Like, most casual players, if they're not chasing a low turn and they only do like 1 or 2 runs, right? They stop at that blind run, or they stop at the blind run, or they stop at, like, you know, once they get a fair amount of like a good turn count, like, you know, below 120, maybe it takes like 2 turns, right? To get, or 2 runs, I mean, to get like a below 120, right? Like, once they get to that, they just stop, right? And that's where their perception of the meta is, where it's like, okay, well, you know, I just brought a good Generalist team and I got below 120, right? And that's like, that's where they stop thinking about Railway, which I'm not saying is invalid or anything, because that's obviously fine. But I'm just saying, like, because of that perception that they have, they kind of write off the utility that specialists have. Also, this is, like, fucked up, by the way. How the hell am I supposed to beat this thing? Like, am I supposed to be able to outclash it? I guess I'm just spamming egos to start. Like, this thing is outclashing Snag Harpoon. Like, are you kidding me? That's ludicrous. Alright, we'll try and outclash with Capote. I mean, we could just use Ardor and be safe. Probably be safe. Our speed is also miserable, which is not helping our situation at all. Okay, we can outclash here. Alright, give me arrows, dude. I keep forgetting. Okay, what is this? The gripping? Okay, okay, okay. This is hitting this umbrella, so there's no point in doing that. We'll just send it over here. So we have the gripping. Ardor Blossom Star is not going anywhere anymore. Sure. Yeah, we can do that, I guess. We could clash with Snag Harpoon over here. Like, we need to set up Snag Harpoon passive no matter what. I had that one poise team with she and the gang. Jesus, it was unstable even with ego gifts and would fall apart without an ego. Without ego. I'm not sure if it was bad RNG or if my team or not, but my team couldn't target Guido. Yeah, yeah. I think Poise has its own issues. I don't know if you watched my other stream VOD, Fibonacci Cats. I don't know if you watched my other stream VOD, but I talked about Poise, like, kind of early on into it. Like, there's just so many problems with Poise that they need to, like, fundamentally rework it in order to make it good. I think, because there's just way too much opportunity cost and power budget, and, like, I keep throwing out, like, buzzwords essentially, like gaming buzzwords, like gamer terms. But I mean, they're all like important concepts to understand if you're trying to, like, you know, if you're trying to improve. There are concepts that you kind of do need to understand a little bit at least. Hold on. Okay, so head is, like, almost staggered. Body is its own problem. I mean, like, even with 4 bonus coin power total, like, this is just not ever outclashing this skill, probably. Which is, like, this is messed up, man. Okay, we'll clash there. Hopeless, yeah, okay. Just set up more egos, man. We also get Pathos Ego passive. Pathos Ego passive is also super broken. I'm sure you already know. Shank here. We can leg her again. Do we want to leg her again? Not really. We could kill 3 umbrellas here, actually. It's fine. Drifting Fox. Drifting Fox. Welcome back, Tatos. Welcome back to the stream. 4 or 5 buffs be like, yeah, actually true, though. I was just spamming egos by that point. Usually with all ego gifts I get, especially those resources for farming. Yeah. Usually I would spam egos, but this is like a very... I'm sure you can tell this is a very unorthodox team composition. So, you know, our resource generation is terrible for the most part. So, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna be able to spam egos as much because we have like 0 gloom generation, I'm pretty sure, like almost 0, and then almost 0 pride generation. So, oh my god, dude, wait, that thing almost outclashed Pathos. That was scary. Jesus. But yeah, like usually I would just be spamming Ebony Stem and whatever. You know, the usual suspects. Okay, yeah, get rid of that shit. Clear the other 3 umbrellas, please.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어? 밀어붙이려면 지금이야.
Alright, we're good. Remind me, I think he's just dead. After back is broken, I mean, yeah. Yeah. After the head umbrella is broken, yeah, okay. So you should just die. I mean, like, have you seen Body Sack passive? Have you seen Body Sack passive? Like, dude, imagine if we had a quick suppression here. That would be nice, wouldn't it? This thing is doing 260 damage. Concentrated Fire is doing 260 damage, like, imagine. Give me Rosette Desire. I believe this should... Does it inflict more if you overclock it? I only have it at Thread Spin 1. 1 defense level down. But it's a negative coin. Alright, you know what? Give me normal Rosette Desire. Give me... I mean, Hexdale doesn't do anything. I mean, you're just dead. Like, you're just extremely dead. Not even remotely close to being alive. So we should be okay. Sunshower Isan goes stupid. Yeah. I mean, he should be dead. Like... Okay, so like in a non-burn team, like in a generic team, right? Like this is a generic team, pretty much. Like, you know, minus like the meta IDs that would be capitalizing the most on like the bonus turns, right? We're giving Ishmael bonus turns whenever possible, just for the sake of testing. But like beyond like, you know, minus all of those like disgusting like meta IDs. We just brought Heathcliff for fun, basically, as insurance. Yeah, Ishmael, she was getting 2 slots per fight, so she was dealing more damage than everyone else, so it's a little disingenuous to see her at the top, because I was giving her the second slot at max priority every fight. So, you know, there's that. Give me receive. But yeah, I mean, in a generic team, the burn synergy did not come up, mostly, which is, you know, what I expected. I was not expecting the burn, like, the actual burn itself to be super relevant. It's mostly just, like, it's just mostly her base values are really strong, just generally. Give me boxes. Give me a lot of boxes. I mean, like, okay, so we definitely test burn here, for sure. I think I kind of want to test, I don't know. I want to test no Honglu burn. Like, I want to test an actual burn engine with Mersault, and that means we have to actually dispense Mersault, which is misery. Maybe we can pull him, you know, maybe... Maybe we can pull him, like, I don't know, man. I'll use some tickets. I mean, there's no harm in using tickets. This is miserable, bro. Like, this hurts. This literally hurts to do. I'm wondering when PM will be mean and just decides Chromer, Dombeck, Domrang should be boss fights for Mirror Dungeon. That would kind of blow. I don't think they would do that, honestly. Because, like, they're story-significant boss fights. I don't think they would do that. Because it would be really weird to just see them again, right? Like, as a Mirror Dungeon boss, like, I feel like that would be, like, not distasteful, but it would just be really weird. It would just be really weird to see them again. Like, man, like, you know, maybe just a little bit of gambling, like... There's, I don't know, like, is there gonna be a Mersault banner, like, later this season? Anyone know? There'll be a Mirror Dungeon Tard, 100%? Probably. Honestly, I would not put it past them. I would not put it past them. Is there gonna be a Mersault banner in the future? Are we knowers on this information? Like, should I wait for this? Like, this blows, man. Like, why? Dude, I couldn't have not had, like, Blade Lineage Otis or, like, She Section Heathcliff or something. Like, why does it have to be Liu Mersault? He's actually, like, a decent 2-star. So annoying.
자, 밥 먹고 하죠.
I mean, I have a fair amount of boxes, like, maybe. Now that I've played enough Mirror Dungeon 2 to see all the eco gifts, it feels like Sinking has worse support than Poise. Even its associated tier 4 gift doesn't feel great to use. We got a targeted Mersault banner, like, 3 weeks ago. True, David. It would be very unlikely due to the way Project Moon has basically taken the stance of everything is canon. Yeah. They had a Mersault already. They did a Mersault banner already, so I don't know. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But, like, dude, like, it's not like, it was not like targeted, it was not a targeted Mersault banner, right? Like, he was in a banner. He was in, oh wait, no, it was a targeted Mersault banner. You're right. Nah, you're right, David. You're right, dude. My bad. You're actually true. You're a truer. Shit, man. I mean, like, I'm not kicking myself for not pulling on Encore, like, Grosshammer Mersault banner. But, like, dude, this sucks, man. This sucks. Oh, now that I've played in a Mirror Dungeon 2 to see all the eco gifts, it feels like Sinking has worse support than Poise. Yeah, for sure. Because Sinking is just, like, a better debuff than Poise is. Like, Sinking is just a better debuff than Poise is. And it feels, like, really stupid to say that. But, like, Sinking against Abnos is just, like, slightly... It's, like, a Rupture side grade, and Rupture's fine. And then, like, you know, against humans, it's okay, right? Like, Poise doesn't, like, do anything. It doesn't, like, actually do anything. So, you know, oh well. So yeah, I mean, I think, like, Poise has a shit ton of support, but, like, the debuff itself, like, the buff itself that they're all supporting, like, is just not, like, it's fundamentally flawed. So, I mean, it's, like, whatever, right? It should be very unlikely the way Project Moon has basically taken the stance of everything is canon. Like, that's my mentality, but I would not be surprised to see it. I would not be surprised to see it come back, honestly. Like, to see the story bosses come back in Mirror Dungeon 2 hard. But it would be weird. Like, I don't think they would do it, but I would not be surprised if they did, right? Gambling addiction? Dude, Smiths, welcome, bro. Welcome to the stream. Big fan, as you know. I don't want to gamble. Like, I hate gambling in this game, but I also hate running Mirror Dungeon, so it's like the easy way out. Instead of, you know, whatever. I kind of ignored Ishmael burn synergy. Yeah, used Hong Lu for burn count support, and that's about it. But for my run, Ishmael and Sinclair damage was pretty close. Isong did most since he was 2 skill slots. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, her burn synergy is actually light. For a burn ID, she's mostly like her ID itself is the payoff for burn. She herself does not really add that much burn. She is the payoff for having a lot of burn. Like, her damage is stronger when you have burn. Her coins are much stronger, like significantly stronger when you have burn, right? And then her passive is burn. Again, I'm not really playing around this. And this passive, like I said in the video, is like just not, like, there's just no way this passive is ever gonna come up. But like, the burn synergy mostly comes from the other Liu IDs. She is just the payoff for having a lot of burn, for the most part, I think. I started playing then, so it's in my memory. Started playing, what, like 3 weeks ago? That's cool. I hope, dude. One thing that I'm concerned about, actually, a little bit. We're gonna be dispensing Mersault. I can't. I can't take it
자,
anymore.
밥
And
먹고
if I
하죠.
pull him later, I pull him in the future. You know, I
이번에도
pull him.
우육면
You know.
먹으러 갈 거면
Give
안
me
따라갈
25.
거라고요?
Give me 20 Mersault boxes.
아니,
This is like the worst
그럼
shit
주변에
ever.
거기만 한 데가 또 있나요?
38, dude. Below average too. Give me one Mersault box. Come on, come on, come on. And then it gives me 3. Oh my god, dude. Classic. Fucking classic. Okay, but like, one thing I'm kind of concerned about for newer players is like, are you guys like inundated with stuff in this game? Like, I feel like the rate at which characters come out, because I've been playing since launch, right? So like, I feel like the rate at which characters come out is really fast for like a new player, right? Like, I feel like it's so easy. If you're a new player, I feel like it's so easy to fall behind on like content, you know, because they're all expecting people to be like max level and whatever, and have like 20k lunacy because they're super generous with it, obviously, and then like having a shit ton of boxes. Like, I feel like new players kind of just fall behind, right? Am I crazy? I don't know. I'm curious, actually, for someone who played like maybe started playing like around a month ago. We'll see. And they added 40 poise ego gifts for some reason. Yeah. I mean, poise kind of needs it, bro. You gotta give it to them. Nebulizer's usually the only one we're taking because you can use the poise immediately. See, like, that's what I'm thinking, bro. Nebulizer's gotta be the best, and it's a tier 1. It's a tier 1 ego gift, so it's like super good. It's like super good. And it's super common. Ninclair damage does fall off around 4 to 5 because you get too much sanity. Yeah. That is definitely a problem. That's why you didn't see me using him, because it's just like, it just is what it is, like, you know. It just is what it is. He's good on the first couple floors, but I don't think Ninclair, like, that's why I don't really consider him a burn like engine piece, because he kind of is wishy-washy. He's a lone wolf kind of thing. He just has burn in his kit, but he doesn't have like actual burn like support. Right? He like hardly, just because he has burn in his kit doesn't mean he like truly supports burn or anything. He's just like someone who can synergize with it. But it's not like he's explicitly supporting burn, right? Oof, I did not remember that Mersault's speed was 2 to 5. Yeah, Mersault's speed is kind of misery. Thankfully it's kind of saved by his Capote ego, because if you I think tier 2, or tier 3, it gives him 2 haste, so it does help remedy it. It goes from 2 to 5 to 4 to 7, but the problem is you have to use it on turn 1, so you're not stacking, like, that much or anything. And again, I don't want to... Dude, my thread! My thread! You know, I don't know. But we're gonna try it again with the burn 4 and see what goes, see what happens. You know, we gotta get actually playing the game maybe a little bit, right? This is bugged. You know what, dude? Give me coffee and cranes, I guess. We're gonna be using lust skills a lot, so here, mandatory. I mean, beyond that, we should diversify our damage types a little bit, maybe. Probably don't bring Otis again. We do need pride. There's just not that much stuff in the game that generates that much pride. Like, again, I think Rose Banner Rogia is, like, probably our best option here, in terms of pride generation, just generally speaking. I started seriously playing, within the last week of Season 1 and still managed to complete the Battle Pass at least. I'm not overwhelmed with the amount of characters, I just don't have resources. Yeah. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you know, you just don't have resources. And because you started playing late, like, you missed, like, thousands of lunacy worth of, like, events and Mirror Dungeon, weekly bonus and whatever. So, like, I feel like people who are not, like, either super lucky or they don't pay, they kind of, like, fall behind in terms of, like, every time a new character releases, you have to level them. And because you weren't playing before, like, you might not have, like, that many resources to level with and stuff like that, right? And stuff to pull with and, like, boxes and whatever. But, you know, they nerfed a lot of content for stories, so I got to see someone have a harder time against Chapter 3 Dungeon Mob than they did against Cromer. It made me sad. Yeah, actually. I mean, I don't know, like, the story nerfs, I don't really have a problem with, honestly. I didn't think, like, personally, I don't have trouble in the story for sure. the story is like really fucking the story is really fucking easy. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. I don't think it needed nerfing, but if they want to like primarily, I feel like the reason people play this game is for the story and like the actual characters, the interaction, and the world building, which is not why I play this game. I don't really care that much. I like the 12 sinners we get, and then, you know, I like all the characters, but I don't care that much about the setting, like the city, the lore of, like, you know, all of the different districts. Like, dude, what could like X Corp Singularity be, dude? Imagine. And then people are theory crafting on, like, you know, we saw a glimpse of the outskirts or whatever in the last dungeon, so they're like, dude, what if we go to the outskirts and whatever, and like, you know, the thumb is like takes us there or something. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck about any of that. So I mean, you know, if they want to make the story chapters easier for people who are not as good at the, like, they're more casual but they want to read the story, then go ahead. But, you know, for someone who likes hard games, I'm kind of against it, but it is what it is. Liu Mercel lives and dies by Capote. True. Probably. True, yeah. I'd imagine. I don't remember, like, Capote's, like, its ego passive is so awkward, though. Like, actually, its passive is so awkward, it's just terrible. If we're honest with ourselves, it's terrible. And then for some reason, the Wrath power-up and Blunt power-up is just mismatched. Like, I don't know why they designed it like this, where his skill 3 is Blunt, or is Wrath Pierce. Like, it's the only Leo ID with a Pierce skill. Like, why? Like, they just did it to troll people. It's, like, so stupid. Mercils have had only, like, the worst ID so far. True. They have to give him bad IDs, though, because his egos are so broken that if he gets a good, like, attacker ID, like, if he gets a good damage-dealing ID, he'll instantly be broken, right? Because Chains of Others is the, like, the most broken base ego in the game, like, bar none. This ego is disgustingly overpowered. So they need to keep him weak because of that. They need to keep him weak because Screw Loose Wallop is, like, the surgery mechanic is just stupid, and then the passive is just stupid. And then, obviously, Pursuance and Capote are both extremely powerful. I think Pursuance a little more than Capote, but again, I have not used Capote that much, so we'll see. You know, so we'll see. His skill 2 have decent burn, and 1 burn count, but it's definitely not a pure burn unit. Like, skill 3 will only apply burn if they have bleed, so I just kind of ignore that. Yeah, that's N-Corp Sinclair, obviously. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's not a burn unit. I have about 2 of the 5 IDs that came out this season, and I'm out of Lunacy. I have a load of boxes, but I want older stuff, so yeah, I'm falling behind on getting that. Yeah, like, that's what I'm afraid of. Actually, more than 5 came out this season. 2 of the 5 3 stars. Yeah. Pray for Pride Ego Gift. Also, apparently they did fix Talisman, but they didn't say it. I heard about that, actually. I did hear about that. They did fix Talisman. So maybe I'll try that too. I'm not uptying Capote right now, though. That seems troll as fuck. I think it's fine as is. Like, dude, I don't want to uptie Capote right now. Like, that seems like a waste. We'll go here, there, and then last 2, I mean, it doesn't really matter what we bring, to be honest. We could do, like, Chef and, like, Isan, because we haven't, we did not bring them before, I guess. It's okay. And then we'll go here. And then Wishing Karen, Sun Shower. We'll go Red Eyes Open for sure. And then Liu, our beloved. Yeah, okay. So this is like the extended burn core, basically, is what I'm thinking here. In terms of what we want to do. Yeah. And then here. I'm fine with the hold on. Yeah, they did fix Talisman, so yeah, you can use Rupture if you want. Bro didn't play Library of Ruina. Bro, I did not. Like, I played it a little bit. I talked about it in last stream, but like, I played it a little bit, and I'm like usually a big fan of deck builders, genuinely. Okay, what are we doing here? I guess we use this. Like, I don't want to use like the generically broken IDs, obviously, you know. We'll do something like that. I don't know. I played it a little bit, But like the major turnoff for me was the UI. Like the first thing that turned me off was like the grinding. Like there's not a huge amount of grinding, but like why do I have to grind in a card game in the first place? Like just seems kind of stupid. Like it's a single player card game. It just kind of felt contrived. So that was kind of a turnoff for me, not gonna lie. And then also the UI, like the deck building UI was like just not it was like very pretty, like classic PM. It was very pretty, but like I just want to build a deck, man. Like why do I have to go through like 8 different menus and like 3 like different scroll bars of character pages and whatever, and then like meticulously scroll down through like a trillion different cards to like find what I want. Like it just took so long. Like it was just so annoying. I don't know. And again, I don't really care about the story that much, which is, you know, why people were like, you know, dude, you should play Library of Runa because the story is so good. Like it expanded the universe so much. You know, beyond the gameplay being good, obviously. I've only heard like good things about the gameplay. But you know, I just could not get past the actual the UI was like really annoying me, so I just did not, like I dropped it. I'm fine with story nerfs, but I wished it wasn't nerfed into oblivion. Some part of the story deserved to be nerfed, but I feel like boss fights were already easy. Yeah, I agree. Like the climactic boss fights for sure. The climactic boss fights, they should not be nerfed, right? Or like you know, what's it called? Didn't they like was it a nerf or a bug fix or something like for Cromer? Where they like I remember they did something with Story Cromer that made her drastically easier, even though she wasn't like hard. They did something with her that made her like way easier, and I was like, dude, like yeah, why are like the only people who are losing to Story Cromer are people who just get punished for just choosing like not to read, like literally, like they just choose not to read, and like you know I don't know, it's just like stupid. I don't know. I didn't think she deserved a nerf. Or like, you know, like Story Ida, like I played what 218 or something was it? The Story Ida stage before that was nerfed. That was like pretty difficult, but it wasn't like insurmountable, right? It was just pretty hard because at the launch of the game we did not have any resources, so we were just like under leveled and whatever, and stuff like that. But you know, it was like you know, I don't think they really needed to nerf that, to be honest, but, you know, I mean, if people were getting stuck on it, sure. Gossipium? Dude. Give me Gossipium. Gossipium, my beloved. Give me. This is gonna be a good run. Yes, sir. Alright, we've completely fucked ourselves. Let's go. We've completely fucked ourselves. Let's go. Alright, yeah, Chains of PM holding down Mercel, bro, actually true though. It's actually true. Like, he's held back by his egos. He's literally, because of the way he's designed, he's forced to be bad because his egos are too good. Basically, like they kind of like game designed themselves into a corner there, to be honest, which is a bit of a shame. Have any Brave Souls tested whether special contract is fixed? Dude. No, not me. Brave Souls? Dude, I'm not a Brave Soul. Fuck that. PM continue the tradition of terrible tutorials in UI. The tutorial was not bad in LOR, honestly. The tutorial was fine. Mostly because I started playing it, like, once I started getting into, I started playing most of the PM games, like, around the time that LIMBUS came out. So, like, you know, I already had an idea of how the concept works. Like, the most complicated thing to get used to is, like, the coin mechanic. Like, once you get used to rolling coins and stuff for attacks, like, it becomes way easier to understand everything once you can really understand that. So, because I already knew that, it was way easier. But, like, the UI is, like, just, like, it's pretty, but it's, like, over-embellished to the point of being, like, tedious, right? Like, if I'm playing a card game, you know, you go into like any other like online like a digital card game like simulator or anything, like if you go into like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or like Magic Arena, or like, you know, Hearthstone, or something like that, or even like, yeah, you know, the Pokemon card game. I don't remember their client. I actually played it once just for fun. It was okay, but you know, I wouldn't do it again. I just played it with friends. But you know, those games, their UI, they know what they're doing, right? Like they know that if you're in a card game, the first thing you want, the first thing you want to see when you're building a deck is you want to see the cards, right? Like PM makes their UI like very, very pretty and embellished, but like at the price of like making the actual game like just a little bit like more tedious to play for like no reason, as far as I can tell. Like, and it's not like it's a chore or anything to navigate, but like I just did not really like it that much. Like, it's just not for me, right? And that was just a deal breaker. I already have 77 hours on Ruina. Started the game a few days ago. I def agree that deck building is really annoying to find. The filters weren't that great either, but I like the story. Yeah. Hey, I had stream open, but now I can sit and watch. Oh, welcome back, Fabio. Also, yeah, hold on. I don't want to skip too far, I'm like behind on chat, obviously. Like, oh, you know what, dude? We'll test special contract. Fuck it, we'll test special contract. I'm behind on chat because I keep talking, but you know, I'm known for like yapping a bunch. I hope you don't mind. I'm you know, I'm known for like kind of over explaining and over talking on things, but you know, I just like talking about stuff. Yeah, Cromer's Bleed, I think, or the healing with it. It was a bug fix. The Sign Relics were supposed to stop her from gaining final power if she has Burn or Bleed. That's what it was. Okay. Cromer has both. They nerfed her essentially like 3 times. And healing. If you hit Cromer with Bleed on burn, she would heal a lot. You had gifts to stop it, but the effect wasn't working, so they fixed it. Right. Okay. So that's what they did. So it was a bug fix, right? Okay. I mean, like, if you see her passive, like, I beat her first try. I'm not trying to flex or anything saying that, because she was not hard, even pre-nerf Cromer, or pre-bug fix, I guess. She was still really easy. But, like, as long as you read her passive, like, I feel like there was, like, it doesn't really matter. I don't think they needed to, like, quote-unquote nerf her. It was like, you know, it's an unintended mechanic, obviously, but like, kind of makes the fight easier for no reason. Like, no matter what, you're not going to use Bleed or Burn against her. Like, it doesn't matter if you have the signs or not, I feel like. So, in the end, it's kind of net neutral, I guess. Ishmael is pretty good. She's going to be a better generalist. Obviously, she's going to be a much better generalist than the other than LCCB. So for casual play and like, you know, for casual play and general play, like, you know, blind play through a railway and stuff, I'm going to be using her probably, because LCCB is just more of a specialist. So she's very niche. Another Gacipient enjoyer actually like it for for fun. It's kind of troll, but you know, it is what it is. They make it so easy for skill check too. As someone collected all 3 Signs for Sinclair and they didn't even know about it. Then they were able to be Cromer with Uptide 1 Mariachi Sinclair. Eclipse of Scarlet Moths. That is a great ego gift to get just randomly. Yeah, I'll take a rest, sure, whatever. Take a rest, yeah, don't purchase. Just get me the fuck out of here, huh? Sure. I mean, our team is heavy blunt, so we'll just be going to every blunt node possible. Yeah, I mean, you know, they just made it, really, they just nerfed it, you know. I've also warmed up to Gacipient, but mostly because it's less effort to play around than to do the combat encounter to avoid it. Dude, it's so true. Wait, so true, actually. This guy's spitting. Crimson Badger. I mean, welcome back to the stream, first of all. I don't remember. But, like, dude, that's so funny. That's so funny. Raymond, Ruin obfuscates the info for no reason. Dude, like, someone gets it, bro. You get it, man. Like, it's not like I'm frustrated because I'm losing in the game or anything. It's not like, because I only had like 20 hours in the game before I stopped playing it. Like mostly, like until I kind of dropped it. I had like 20 hours in it, and it was like not like super hard or anything. Because I just play a lot of card games. Like I play a lot of card games. You know, like all kinds of card games. So I'm very experienced with deck builders. And like roguelike deck builders and like all of that stuff. But the thing is, like, Yeah, hold on a second. Cult or Evil, hey, I got work, but came here to tell you that you should stream more, keep with the good stuff. Dude, I thank you for the support. I don't know if you're still around because I've been yapping for so long, but like, dude, I just got to your message now. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. We'll replace skill 1 with skill 2, sure, yeah. Alright, bye-bye. Have fun at work, man, if you're still around to, to hear it. But, yeah, I mean, it's not like they're obfuscating, info or anything. I feel like. It's just like, the UI is just, like, not streamlined. It's not, like, bad, or anything, but it's just not streamlined. And that's, like, a little bit frustrating. That's basically it. What the fuck? Like, man, 6 speed? It's 6 speed and you're on you know what, dude? I don't care about Mersault, you know? I think we just gotta accept that we don't care about Mersault's HP. Sorry, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's not like it's hard to find information in the game or anything. It's not like it's hard to find information in Library of Bruno. Like, if you look for it, it's there. But, like, I feel like it just could be more user-friendly. Like, it could just be a little bit easier, right? Instead of being tedious. Like in a strategy game, obviously the most important, like the most powerful thing is information, right? Information, and like, you know, obviously like players should be punished for not reading, right? Like players should be punished for not reading and not attempting to understand mechanics in a strategy game, right? Like, let's be honest. But the thing is, like, if you're trying to find the information, like you're going out to try to find the information and they purposefully make it like more tedious to obtain information, like as quote-unquote, I'm not gonna say they did it on purpose to make the game harder, but like it feels like they did it just to make the game more tedious, right? Like if they do that, like that kind of turns it's kind of a turn off for me, personally. And that's like kind of what it felt like with the UI, where it was like, you know, they just kind of made it like tedious for no reason, right? Like, I don't know. So that was my opinion, you know. Soups is a brave soul, dude. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's still bugged. I haven't been paying attention to it, but you know, I'm pretty sure it's still bugged. We'll see. Ishmael, my presses, yo, Jimmy, dude, welcome. Ishmael, the biggest Ishmael enjoyer. Yeah, okay, investigate. I can't believe we got these fuckers twice too. That's so sad. That's upsetting. Get out of my face, you freaks. 1 health and you're staggered. Alright, I mean, we'll just clean you up real quick. Get the hell out of my face, you freaks. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Special contract, like, dude, the translation stuff and like, the translation stuff is like just a travesty. And then, you know, the amount of bugs that the update shipped with is also like just a travesty. So I don't know, like it's just kind of upsetting, you know. Hopefully they fixed it, but I kind of doubt it. I don't know if I can test it on this in this fight. Just let me out of this place. Alright. Just auto me out of here. Anyways, burn team's looking pretty decent, honestly. They're kind of keeping up. I would like, obviously the main concern is just Mersault potentially not pulling his own weight. Dude, I want to take Pinpoint Logic Circuit, but it ruins our testing again. But it's like really funny. You know what, dude? Whatever. I mean, we can just we can get a ton of burn, I guess. Whatever. We can get a ton of burn. Like, I don't fucking know. Hold on. I want to check something really quick. I want to check if they fixed the translation for like some of the nodes in the constellation thing. I have not spec'd anything, actually. I keep forgetting. Yeah, okay, they did not fix the constellation translation for mesh probabilities. That's pretty good. Just as per usual. What was the other one? Ego resource for all affinities +1. Like, yeah, like, what does this mean? Does that mean you start with one more, I guess? Probably. Is what I'd imagine. Gain 10 more cost for winning a combat encounter. Yeah, like ego resource for affinities of starting identities +1. I guess that means you start with... I guess that means you start with, like, one ego resource of each of the sin resources of sin types of, like, all your identities that you start with, I guess. You know, sure, I guess, in the Star Wars Spirit, yeah. I wish there, you know, I kind of wish there was a way you could turn this stuff off, actually, because once you spec into it, you can't turn it off anymore, either. Which is kind of a little annoying, I think, but, you know, whatever. Guess they just didn't, I guess they just didn't fix the, translation. Oh well. What is our plan here? I guess we go... I mean, hard combat encounter? Dude, we don't even have money anyway, actually, now that I think about it. We don't even have money anyway. Go here. Sure. Yeah, just leave Yisong at the back, bro. Like, he's just, he's just a filler character, I guess. But hey, they made the glow a lot brighter for unlocked buffs. Dude, so true. So true, bro. They did make it brighter. PM good UI arc. It's the good ending, bro. They made the glow brighter so you know which buffs you have. Fantastic. Surprisingly, our clashing is not suffering quite yet. For the most part, this is gonna do significant damage, right? Gloom Pierce. we are quad fatal to it. Just in case you didn't know, by the way, I'm sure you knew, but like I don't know how many people know. When you see double fatal, fatal is an additive multiplier. So, you know, when you're fatal to like a physical damage type, it adds 100% damage, right? So you will take plus 100% damage. And then if you're fatal to a sin type as well, it's also plus 100% damage. So if you're like, when I say quad fatal, like you say 2x2s, it actually means plus 100% damage from physical, and then plus 100% from sin resource, sin affinity damage. So you actually only take triple damage from if you're double fatal to it, right? So when I say quad fatal, you're not actually quadruple. You're not taking quadruple damage, you're just taking triple damage, right? Because you take 100% damage normally, then the fatal modifier on the physical damage gives you plus 100%, and then the sin damage does the same thing, so it's another plus 100%. Just good to know, you know, just good to know.
걸려라. 제대로 찝었군.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 흐드러졌구려. 유효타 좋아. 계속 우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
I mean, we should be out of here lickety split for sure. Why do I have blunt power up? What is giving me blunt damage up? I don't remember. Where's this coming from? I don't remember, honestly. Is it a passive or something? Oh, yeah, I guess it is, huh? Okay, yeah, alright. Also, this guy is too fragile, so I'm assuming that special contract actually working. I don't know how it really interacts with Gasipium, so I'm just going to assume that that's working, because I don't have any other fragile in the entire team comp. So, you know, I'll say for now, special contract tentatively fixed, maybe. Possibly. It's possibly fixed. I still don't really know, but you know, it's looking like it works. I mean, I don't know where else the fragile would come from.
전략이
Very
있으면
neat. Very
계속
neat.
밀어붙이자.
Sure. Spring
파우스트가
Chef, whatever.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할
Oh yeah,
겁니다.
one thing I wanted to kind of talk about was Liu Honglu, because in the comments of my like last video where I was reviewing like Ishmael, uh there was a
내가 응원하는 게 도움이
there was like a
되긴
solid
하려나?
amount of
힘내긴
discourse
해보자고.
about whether or not if you were to bring Liu Honglu, which people were pretty convinced that you should. I am unconvinced personally. Because again, opportunity cost. Honglu has better things to be doing than being a burn support. Nice, we get the stagger, so we get plus coin boost. There was a solid amount of discourse whether or not you would want to use him on the bench or in battle. Some people were like, dude, we should, you would use him on the bench because it's free. It's free, and he kind of covers his, like, the reason you would bring Honglu, obviously, Liu Honglu, is for his burn count application, right? The thing is, he applies burn count solidly through his support passive as well as in battle. So in theory, he does his job whether he's on the bench or in battle. So the consensus is like kind of split on whether or not you should bring him in battle, or if you can just afford to bench him, he'll still get good value on the bench, and then you can bring someone else. I'd say if you're bringing Liu Honglu tentatively, we'll test it next run, but I'd say tentatively if you're bringing Liu Honglu, you would probably want to bring him into the battle, because if you're bringing him, you just want to, for a couple reasons. If you're bringing him with the explicit purpose of if you're bringing him with the explicit purpose of benching him for his support passive, like over anything else, if you're using him just to bench him, then you're better off just using you're literally just better off using Ting Tang, because they have the same activation requirement where it's Sin resource owned, and then it targets the person with the highest sanity on the team, right? Which is, as far as I can tell, randomly. If everyone has max sanity, I think it's just random, honestly. I don't know where it goes. I feel like there's a way to tell. Like, maybe it's the internal ID, like, internal number, like, code of the ID, because I think that's also how they calculate, like, speed ties on IDs. It just goes by the internal, like, ID number or something. I don't actually know. Don't quote me on that. But, like, I don't know how it calculates which one the Gambit passive goes on, right? But no matter what, if you're going to, if let's just say it's random, right? Let's just say it's random. If you're going to bring bring a Honglu just so that they're on the bench, and one of them says, highest sanity teammate gets +1 burn count, right? And then the other one says highest sanity teammate does 20% extra damage on all of their heads coins, right? You're obviously going to bring the second one, right? Because it will always get value. Like, it will always get value. Compared to the other one has to land on a burn ID in the first place, and then, it might get some value, but it's like literally it's burn, right? Like, I don't know. So, like, let's just say you're just bringing a Honglu just to bench him. You would just bench Ting Tang, I feel like. Like, there's just no reason not to bench him if you're going to choose to bench one of them. So, I don't know. Like, that kind of logic seems a little flawed to me personally. I don't know. So, that's my stance on that. I did some quick testing on his passives. Nice, for sure. I hope you get back to me on that, because I'm curious on whether or not I'm spitting facts, or if I'm spilling hornswoggle. But if you were to bring Liu Honglu, I think the move is just to bring him into battle, because on the bench, explicitly bringing him just so he can be on the bench seems troll. What the hell is this? What? Yeah, you know, I'll remove the head from the urn. Fuck it. Okay, I guess we're using Faust. I mean, we could use... These are both the same, sure. Cool.
당연하지.
Fuck you, bro. I passed the check and you give me a combat encounter as my reward? What is your problem? What is your problem? Oh my god. I'm really enjoying using Liu Honglu and Liu Ish and Greg. I adore his animations too. Yeah, like, you know, it's pretty good, you know. I feel like it's pretty good. Dude, fuck this guy. Fuck this stupid urn bastard, bro. What is this problem? Just get me the hell out of this stupid ass combat encounter.
순식간에 끝내죠.
And if you're bringing an engine that inflicts burn besides Ishmael, it's better to bring him in the party. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm glad I was right, because it just proves I'm spitting facts. Hug it. Dude, my bad. I should have read. I should have read the chat before I chose. I don't want to get spoiled, you know. I don't want to get spoiled. I want to live with my mistakes. It's the ego gift that gives you 20% more cost, probably. Yeah, I imagine it's the golden urn ego gift, but like, actually getting it is kind of its own story. With Mirror Dungeon 2 hard mode limiting your character you start with, it's not always a bad thing, to be honest. But there's an edge case I'm still testing, that is Ish being the only burner on the team. It looks like his passive only hits her, but it could just be RNG. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's weird, because, like I said before in the last stream, like, there's a huge difference between a normal passive and then a plus passive, right? Like, his passive inflicts plus burn. So, if your skill on its own does not inflict burn already, it literally does not do anything. So there is like a significant problem if it's just RNG, because if it doesn't land on her, then it literally does nothing. Like, I don't know how it determines like who gets the passive, to be honest. Like, it's also really important to know. It's like really important to know who would get the passive too. So it's like a damn shame that I actually don't know, and I don't think it's very widely known knowledge either. I'm pretty sure most people also don't know like how it works. Also, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to Special Contract. I know for sure I haven't. I know for damn sure I haven't. I feel like it only worked that one time, and I've never noticed it since. With Mirror Dungeon 2, limiting your character amount you start with is not always a bad thing, to be honest. I think that's fair. Yeah, get the chef out of there. I'm still testing. Yeah, let me know how that goes, bro, because like that's important to know. I think there was like a theory floating around. I don't know if it's actually true or not, but there was a theory floating around on on how the game decides how which like if you have a speed tie in this game, there was a theory floating around for a while that it's not actually random who gets the speed. Or who goes first and who goes last. There was a theory floating around that it was not random, which I assumed it was, but people were saying that it's that it was because like the way that the game determines is through an internal list of IDs or something. I don't know how true that is, and I don't know where to find that internal list. I think like someone mentioned it sometime, but you know, it's like, yeah, like, I don't know. Hold on. I could try and find it again, but I don't remember like where it was or something. And I mean, I've never paid attention to it either, so I don't know. But like, if someone knows that, like, if that rumor was true, that was like months ago though. Like, that was multiple months ago that rumor was kind of circulating around, that theory. And I don't know if it ever got proven true or false, but it would be pretty handy to know, I think, for like strategizing and optimizing railway and stuff. If his bench passive only works on her, then it's somewhat worth it. I mean, it's definitely more worth it. I'm gonna say it's definitely more worth it than if it didn't, because at least it would be guaranteed to be at bare minimum useful, right? Like, it would be guaranteed to be bare minimum useful. But like, you know, until we can figure out until we can figure out that, I mean, like, you know, it's kind of wishy-washy. And then again, the passive itself is a plus. It's a plus type passive. So even if it does only work on her, allies with poise gain 1 final power. Allies with cigarette holder seems crazy, bro. The problem is it's poise. You know what, dude? I'll just fucking take it. I'm tired of taking nebulizer. That thing shows up in all my runs. The copium inhaler. Yeah, we'll go here. I kind of want to stop bringing, you know, I want to focus more on the burn core, so I'll stop bringing some generic IDs. But, yeah, it's the other problem is it's a plus type passive, and I'm pretty sure Ishmael only has, what, isn't it only her skill 2 that applies burn count, or does her skill 3 also apply it? I don't remember. I know her skill 2 does. Oh, her skill 3 does as well. Okay, so it, like, might be kind of worth. But again, the problem is, like, the opportunity cost. Dude, these clashes are terrible. The problem is mainly the opportunity cost, because you're giving up bringing Ting Tang, who is just better in battle. Like, we can just agree for the most part that Ting Tang is just better in battle than Liu is. And then on the bench, he just gets generic value. Like, you know, like, the only time it would be more worth, I think, is if, like, let's just say, hypothetically, you're bringing Liu Ishmael on every single stage, right? Because if you're not bringing Liu Ishmael, then it also does not matter, right? It also does not matter. So, it's like, if Ishmael is not in the stage, then his passive does the same amount of nothing. Right? Whereas Gambit gets value every single time without fail. Like, no matter what, you're getting guaranteed value out of it every time you take a turn. Great, poise. Like, every time you take a turn... Oh, hello. What is this guy? Today's expression or something? Clopping like a spider? I don't remember today's expression having spider legs. What face do you think I'll make tomorrow? What face should we make? If I remember correctly, aren't you like, in Library of Ruina, I don't remember in LobCorp, I don't think I ever played the game enough to see him in LobCorp, but in Library of Ruina, when he's, like, super happy, it's, like, a bad thing, right? Like, like, during his fight, like, you're supposed to attack him when he's sad, I'm pretty sure, so I think I want him to be sad, you know? Boy. Maybe I fucked up. My bad. Oh. My good. I don't fucking know, dude. That did nothing. I don't know what it is. I don't fucking know. Thank you. I'm now going to associate nebulizer with inhaling copium. Dude, it's true, though. Bro, it's literally true, though. It's the copium inhaler because it's like, wow, this ego gift is good. Maybe, maybe this makes, maybe this ego gift makes boys good. Copium. That's literally what it is. Give me Capote, I guess.
순식간에 끝내죠.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일
Dude,
수
Rojia's
있다면.
fourth match flame is like so mediocre, man. Fuck. I don't know why I even bothered using it. I should have just used what is cast, to be honest. I just wanted to see it. You know, I just wanted to just double checking to see if it's as bad as I remember.
서둘러 끝내보자고.
Neutral? Yeah, we can win that. We can win that easily. Come on now.
순식간에 끝내죠.
생각보다 잘.
We win these. Oh baby.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
한건 했고. 활그로.
Alright, what's this guy? Oh, it's you. It's you again. I'll tell the truth. I remember you. Shopping. Faust? Great, dude. Illusory Hunt. Skeletal Crumbs? Deal plus... I mean, this is just not very useful, is it? I mean, Illusory Hunt is always good. I guess we take Perversion and Illusory Hunt. And you know what? I'll get another gripping. Hold on, let's see. You can't see the ego gift compendium inside of the mirror dungeon. That's stupid. Today's expression was 5 stages from super happy to super angry. The more happy it was, the worse the results, up to almost guaranteed fail. And in Ruina, when using it, angry equals more dice power. Yeah, I kind of remember. It was a while ago. But I remember, like, you just had to time your, like, the whole gimmick was just you had to time your input, basically. I remember. I didn't remember what emotions it was. I just knew it was like it had like an emotion mechanic. I guess we're just not hitting this one. Get instinct on these.
제 풀을 따라오십시오.
Yeah, I kind of remember. Kind of remember.
아직 살아 있을 거야.
좋은 판단은 아니었어. 뭐 머리 좀 식히고 다시 가보자고.
걸려라.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Have you seen the Faith gift yet? The description is weirdly worded, but the effect is funny. Yeah, I got it last stream. It was the first run ever that I did. I got it in the shop. It was the first run I ever did. I got Faith, and I had no idea what it did. Genuinely, and I still don't, to be honest. I still don't know what it does. Dude, this counter skill is like annoying as shit. Come on now. Intense Blaze. I'm activating passives for somehow. Which one is that? Oh, that's the burn count passive. Yeah, that doesn't really matter, I don't think.
순식간에 끝내죠.
The angrier you are, the stronger you become. Yeah. I figure something like that. So I get did the original Today's Expression have sad as a did it have sad as an option in
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
Lobotomy Corporation? I don't even know because I didn't even get it in LobCorp. I don't think so. I don't even know if it had sad as an option, or maybe that like the spider aberration like has sad as an option and it normally didn't. I don't remember honestly. Okay, these guys are both dead. Wait, do you have a stagger bar? Oh, we staggered you and Gossipium fucked me. Oh. Dude, that is stupid. That is dumb. Alright, I guess we're just not hitting those. Like, see, like, why do you have 2 fragile, and then you don't have 2 fragile? Like, where the fuck is my special contract? Like, I don't understand. Like, it just works sometimes. I don't understand. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Here, clash with gripping, then. So when a sinner uses a positive coin skill, their sanity is automatically set to 45 next turn? Is that how that works? Or is it just like does their sanity get set to 45, or does it just treat the roll as if their sanity was 45?
자연스러운 것입니다.
Because, like, it's worded
우리가 우세.
super
서둘러
weirdly.
끝내보자고.
I don't know, like, how it actually works. This should just nuke you into orbit here, and then we'll just send the rest.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
I once used Ninclair skill 3 in a counter and killed my Sinclair with 330 coins. Yeah, bro, like, you can't really, like, you can't really, I'm assuming you're not autoing. You might have been autoing, but you can't really auto on these guys, and you can't really play brain dead on them either. You just kind of have to match their tempo, which is a little bit annoying, but it's not a huge deal. It's still pretty easy. But you have to match their tempo. You can't just go balls to the wall. Unfortunately. You know what, dude? I'll take Sun Shower. The rest are trash. Their sanity goes all the way up to 45? For real, dude? That's nuts. That is crazy. Oh my god. Okay. That seems hilarious, bro. Wait, so like if you're... I mean, obviously this is like, I'm assuming a worst case scenario, but if you're like on Ninclair or something and you use like Branch of Knowledge, you just fuck yourself. That's so funny. If that's how that works, that is hilarious.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나?
Oh yeah, I forgot we're on floor 5. Great. This is good stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
버틸 자신 있어? 유효타.
After this run is over, I'm gonna get something to drink.
아까처럼만 해.
I'm a little bit of a thirsty guy, you know, talking for hours, you know. It's all good. You know, maybe you guys should stay hydrated too. It's good for you. That's probably what happens in that case, lol. Oh, Daniel Rodriguez! Whoa, I missed so much. Jesus, how do we feel about Dumpling Girl if you haven't explained it 7 times? She's pretty good. She's a good generalist, so great for casual play. I'm pretty sure you said it in like a comment or something. She's great for... Oh, Helterfly's Dream, finally, actually. Might be useful. I hate this ego gift. Usually I don't take it ever. Because the events, like the Abno events, the Abno event, you get it from like burns you constantly or something. It's like really obnoxious. So I usually don't take it, but you know, now that we're testing burn, pretty good. Soup Mile, I'm still deciding on a nickname for her, by the way. I'm thinking between either Soup Mile or Eat Mile. I'm trying to decide, bro. I don't know what you guys think about either of those. They're both terrible, obviously. I feel like Project Moon community and like Limbus community has like some of the most like psychotic nicknames for their units out of like any gacha game community. Like their nicknames for their units are like genuinely like stupid as hell. So like I was thinking between like either Soup Mile or Eat Smile, and I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about either of those. But she's pretty good. She's a good generalist, like you said, and like I established earlier. I use Soup Mile, Burn Mile for me. Dude. Soup Mile, Burn Mile, Eat Mile, Dumpling Mile. Bro, I don't fucking know. Soup Mile, my beloved. Better than Goo Mile, at least. Oh, dude, Goop Mile. Dude, do not get me started on Goop Mile. Oh, shit. Dude, that's good. Slosh Mile, bro. Instead of Goo Mile, I called her Slosh Mile. I remember that. We'll go top here. Okay, I did more testing on the passive, and it looks like the burn count up indeed just goes to her if she's the one that inflicts count. Alright, so maybe it might be worth it. Possibly. I'm still leaning towards it. Even knowing that, I'm still leaning
방금
towards
벌레
no.
말은 듣지 않다는 사람
To be
누구야?
honest, like, and it's literally just because hold on, let's yeah, wait. Oh, Rhymeshank is down here. Duh. Yeah, okay.
정화.
I'm still leaning towards probably still not worth taking, just for her, because generally you're not going to be using her on every single stage. So, like,
좋아. 계속
you know,
집중하지.
generally you're not going to be taking her on every single stage. So if you choose not to bring her on a stage for whatever reason, if you choose not to bring her on a stage for whatever reason, then not only do you have one bricked unit, because you're using you're not using her, right? So you have one bricked unit there, and then you have another bricked unit because your Hong Lu is literally only supporting her, essentially, if you're on that strategy, right? So it's like I feel like there's just no way it's like worth just overall compared to just using Ting Tang for his support passive if you're doing exclusively bench strat, right? Hong Lu, Ninclair, Gripper Fast. But her second skill almost never inflicts count because it needs 6+ burn to give count. Yeah, like, if you're doing she cannot be a solo burn engine, right? Like, that, like, we can establish that. She cannot be a solo burn engine. She needs to have a team of like, other burners. That's why I'm saying, like, if you're going to make a team, the minimum burn engine, like, the core of the burn package is her, and then Gregor, and then maybe Mersault, which is what I'm trying to see now. And Mersault is honestly pretty decent, I think. Like, he's good enough that I would probably bring him in Railway if there's a need for blunt damage. He's good enough that I probably would bring him. He's doing okay. We'll see in the ending stats, obviously. But yeah, I think I think like her burn application on its own is not good enough. Like I said before, she is less of a burn support and more of a, like, the payoff for the burn team, right? She is literally she is the payoff for the burn team. So, like, she doesn't actually synergize that much. We don't give water. She doesn't actually synergize that much with burn herself. She just capitalizes on top of having a big burn stack, right? So she needs other people to support it. So, you know, it is what it is, right? My phrase was, want to have some Sinclair on the way back. My Isong friend used another phrase because they simp for him. Bro, PM players are psychos, bro, actually. You guys are weird as hell. Dude, you know what else is weird? Like, why does this clash 10 to 20? Oh my god. What the fuck? That is stupid as hell, dude. My skill 3 is getting outclashed. Like, that's fucked up, is it not? Is that not fucked up? That they're outclashing my skill 3? Like, man, come on. We'll do anything except call them the right names. It's actually so true. Like, I refuse to call people by their correct names. If I can make, like, a really stupid nickname for an ID, then obviously we're gonna use it. Right? Yeah, Bench Hong Lu is just not practical at all, even if the count goes, even if all the count goes to her. And passive are ultra annoying to test, so I could be wrong. No, I think you're right. I'll back you up on that. I don't think it's worth it, because the opportunity cost is bad. Like, if you're on Bench Hong Lu, then you're not ever using a... Oh shit, I forgot about Rusty Coin, dude. I get 2 Arders. If you're on Bench Hong Lu strat, then you're never using Ting Tang in battle, because Hong Lu is strong in battle. Like, you cannot deny Ting Tang and Kurakumo are good in battle. So you're giving up using them in battle ever. You're forcing yourself to use Ishmael in battle all the time, even on stages where blunt is not the optimal damage type, just to get value out of it, right? So it's like not worth. It's just like not worth overall, I think. Because it's just way less. It's just way less practical, right? It's just way less practical. Damn, gripping neutral. Can't wait to have those ridiculous clashes 2 floors into hard. Yeah, hard is going to be one hell of a time. I'm actually excited because maybe it'll start actually making you think instead of bringing like meta IDs and random bullshit. I prefer using Jungkook to solo everything. That can only be one person. Bro's named R. Corcoran. I wonder who it could be, bro. Go back to Honkai Star Rail, man. You do not belong here. You do not belong here, Rob. What the hell are you doing? Okay. But yeah, I keep forgetting to answer your question. Daniel. I'm not sure if they fixed it or changed it, but when I was using Ting Tang as his support, his head coin passive won't proc unless the first coin is heads. So if the first coin was tails, even if the other coins were heads, it wouldn't activate. But when the first coin is heads, all the other coins have the buff after. Dude, I did not notice. I could not tell you, honestly. And I used him a lot, too. I could not tell you, genuinely. Because the only times I used it, obviously, was in Railway. And in Railway, if you roll tails, especially on first coin, rolling tails is tragic. Like, it's really, really fucked, right? Obviously, if you roll tails on the first coin, because the total power of your skill will go down drastically if you roll tails on the first coin. So, like, if you roll tails on the first coin, I just fucking reset, bro. So, like, I actually did not notice. You could be right. It could be PM spaghetti code. I would not be able to tell you, honestly. But I mean, I feel like it probably wouldn't really matter. The passive is still probably the best support passive in the game because it's an unconditional 20% bonus damage. So even if it's bugged or something like that, it's still the best passive in the game, bar none. So it's not really a big deal, I think. But yeah, Danny, my boy. To answer your question like 15 minutes ago or whatever, of whether or not Ishmael is good or not, she's a good generalist. LCCB is good because she's a specialist. So in low turn runs, you always see people using LCCB because they go into the stages with a specific strategy in mind, right? What is this one? I think it's scrape out the letters. I don't remember. Nothing happened. Okay, I forgot, dude. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, lithograph or whatever like that eco gift is just not that good anyway, so I don't care. But yeah, LCCB is a good specialist. That's why you see low turn runs and stuff always use her. Oh my god, bro, so slimy. What the hell? That's why you see low turn runs always use her. Because if you go into a stage with a specific strategy in mind, then you can like capitalize off of the what's it called? You can capitalize off of the fragile a lot more. Like, first of all, she's only used on stages that are this is unclashable, right? Yeah, okay. Usually she's only used on stages where you can actually, is it worth defeating the glass? Actually no, because it wouldn't work. You would only use her on stages that are really short, because as soon as you use her suppress or skill 3, her utility literally just dips down the drain so hard, right? Like her power budget is so like biased towards her skill 3 that it actually does not matter at all. Oh, I just fucked up my clash with Roja, I think, by accident. I was not paying attention. Whoopsies. But yeah, you would only use her on very short stages because her power budget is literally all in one skill. So she excels on stages that are only like 1 or 2 turns long, right? And also stages where you have a very specific strategy in mind, where you're like resetting for like, you know, good speed on her for this specific like pop-off turn, right? Is what you would use her for. So casual players do not get very much usage out of her because they are not using her for like specific strategies like that, right? So just generally, like as a generalist for casual players, she is very, very way better than LCCB. Like if you're going into a blind playthrough on Railway, or you're not trying to low turn or anything, it would be way better to use her, to use Supmael, than it would be to use LCCB Ishmael, right? Because she's a better generalist. So that's basically the consensus. Way better for casual play. But if you're trying to start optimizing, definitely probably going to be worse than, what's it called? LCCB, unless, railway stages end up being, like, all of them, like, the vast majority of them end up being much longer than, like, 2 turns. That's, like, the only time where it would matter. Anyways, Fairy Gentleman is not having a good time here. I'm literally, like, not even paying attention either. He's just like, dude, these bosses are just way too squishy. Mirror Dungeon Hard is, you know, hopefully gonna fix it. Because, I mean, these bosses are super squishy. We do have 60 burn on him, though, because of the circuit board and whatever, which is really funny. I just noticed it randomly when I was using it with Isang, and yeah, the passive is still really nice to have. Yeah, I mean, it's super broken. The Gambit, I think, is like top 1 support passive in the game. I can't think of a support passive that is better than Gambit. Genuinely, like, I think Gambit is the best support passive in the game. I don't think there's a better one. 108 by 3. That's funny. Burn only stacks up to 99, fun fact, but because he has multiple parts that have burn on them, this status effect, the 103, this totals up all of the parts, the burn on all of his parts. So even though each burn stack can only be stacked up to 99, because he has 2 parts that can both have 99 stacks, this burn stack can go over 100, in case you didn't know. So that's kind of neat. But yeah, I mean, this guy is fucked. Could have been faster if I was spamming AoE egos and using meta IDs and whatever, you know, who cares, man. He's fucking gone. Bye-bye. Mersault on the burn comp is kind of him at his best. Easy to access Capote, just need 1 bloom to fuel chains of others, and okay skills with a lot of burn. I completely agree. That is definitely his best usage. Ishmael doing okay as usual. I want to see how Mersault did. I mean, we did not use either of these. So he did, like, significantly lower damage, which is expected. It's Mersault, but he did, like, not terrible damage. He did not do awful damage. He just did not do, like, well, you know? He did not do great damage. Again, obviously we're using Ishmael with 2 turns. We're using Supmael, giving her 2 action slots every stage, so take the final damage chart with a grain of salt. But, you know, it's okay. But yeah, I agree. Mersault is probably at his best in a burn comp, because he has synergy, he has things to offer to the comp, and his battle, like, him in battle in the burn comp is his best. Like, Liu is probably his best ID in an actual fight. When he's actually trying to fight people, Liu is probably his best ID, because Grosshammer's damage leaves a little to be desired, and his skill 1 is, like, I can't even describe how, like, miserable does not even begin to describe how vile this ability is. Like, it's 5+1 by 2 with a shit offense level, like, terrible offense level. This is like an odious skill. Like, it is absolutely despicable how terrible this skill is. And then his other skills are not much better either, to be fair. And then Rose Spanner is more niche. It's okay, but it's not, like, great. It's mostly for the Tremor on his skill 3, and then the rest of it is filler. So, I mean, his skill 2, at least he can inflict some good burn, which synergizes with teams, and he has burn count. Like, 3 burn count on his skill 3 is kind of all you need, honestly. And he can support Capote, like you said, which is pretty much his best ego, which is hard to say because all of his egos are super good, but Capote is also very strong, obviously. So, you know, I think I agree with you there. What makes okay, that makes a lot of sense. Can't wait for Upside 4 to completely ruin any form of ranking. Dude, so true. I can't wait either. That's very exciting. What about Roja base passive? Roja base passive is almost the same as Ting Tang passive. Gambler and Gambit are almost the same. There is a huge difference, though, that you have to consider. There is a monumental difference that you have to consider. Ting Tang, Gambit actually applies to the ally with most sanity and deals plus 20% with heads coins. The difference is base Rojia's Gambler passive applies to one ally with the most health, right? And because it's one ally with the most health, N-Corp Sinclair has a shit ton of health. Like, he is very, very healthy, right? And he is going to, like, especially in Railway Line 1, you could see he got the Roja passive very, very often. If you were bringing him into a stage, he was the meta ID with the most health. Like, he had the most health out of any of the other meta IDs. He had more health than Don Quixote, he had more health than Heathcliff, he had more health than Faust, and he had more health than Ryoshu, right? These were the ones that you were bringing on most stages, these 4, and he had more health than all of them, so he would very, very consistently suck up the Gambler passive, unless you did health manipulation strategy or just chose to leave him out, right? So that is the major difference. This passive is just more well-rounded in design, because one ally with the most sanity hitting heads, if your ally has the most sanity, you want him to hit heads, right? Like, any ally that would have most sanity, in theory, would be an ally that you want to hit heads, right? So in that case, right, like, Sinclair is almost never going to get this passive, right? And neither will any negative coin ID in the future. They will never get this passive, because any heads ID will have the most sanity, and any tails ID would, you know, by proxy, not have the most sanity, right? So the odds of this passive getting bricked compared to the Gambler passive is, you know, the odds of this passive getting bricked compared to the other one is way, way, way lower, right? So this is generically, like, the most value you'll get out of a passive, pretty much, right? I'm just waiting on offense level changes. I'm excited for upcoming content, but I'm worried about whether Kanto 1.4 or 4.5. I don't know why I said 1.4. What the fuck? I'm worried whether Kanto 4.5 will have intense grind. I do not want to be sent to the chicken mines again. I just realized that it's heads, not tails. Yeah. No, the Gambler passive is on heads, which was extremely broken before N-Corp Sinclair released. But that's why after N-Corp Sinclair released, you saw some people at the top level. Like, I don't know how closely you guys follow the meta. I don't know if you guys how closely you guys follow, like, the top level players. Because, like, obviously, while I was, like, in my peak on Rail 1, I was, like, following every single day, like, trying to check if the top level scores were changing and stuff, to see, like, okay, you know, 2 days before the railway ended, you know, this guy just posted it, like, this Korean guy just posted on this Korean forum that he got a 49, right? And I'm, like, keeping track of all of the top level players that have, like, any sort of social media presence anyway. So I'm, like, keeping track of all of them. And I don't know if you guys noticed, because I don't know if you guys were doing that. Probably not. But because of N-Corp Sinclair, and because this passive gets bricked on every stage that you use N-Corp Sinclair on, because this passive gets bricked often, there was a significant portion of players that swapped over to Mittelhammer in order to use her for Pride generation. Because I'm assuming you saw like my video on, you know, how I became a top 10 player or whatever, and the meta discussion on Rail 1 about the Pride drought. People were bringing Mittelhammer over her. Some people. I chose not to, because I was like, okay, you know, you can just do manipulation of health, and also on stages where you don't bring him, it's still, like, Gambler's still turbo broken, right? So I still brought base anyway. But there were people who brought Mittelhammer instead because of that reason, right? Because of that specific reason where it could get bricked on him, right? So that's why it's not better. Sick, my Sinclair was getting nothing in Railway. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the only other one with the most health is Sunshower Heathcliff and K-Corp Honglu. One is also a negative coin, and the other is meh. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. So, like, most of the IDs with the most health are going to be benefiting very little from her passive. Either it's a negative coin ID, right? Like Sunshower Heathcliff and Sinclair both have very high health in comparison to the meta IDs that you would want. Because again, the game focuses on damage, right? Damage is number one. If you want to have a lot of damage, your kit will generally just be a glass cannon by design, right? And if you're a glass cannon, odds are you're not going to be getting this passive, right? Because you won't have the most HP if you're a glass cannon, because they do the most damage. So it's kind of like a contradictory design, right? So on paper it seems really good, but in practice there's just too many like outside factors that can hinder it. Like they have possibilities to hinder it. Whereas, you know, again with Gambit passive, this will always go on someone you want, right? The only person you don't really want it on is like Grip or Faust, but you know, it is what it is. If it goes on her, it still at least gets value, right? So, you know, otherwise it's going on, because, you know, if you're high damage, you're going to be low health. Inversely, if you're low damage, you're going to be high health, right? Like, that's just game design. Like, that's just how tanks are made, right? Like, if you're high health, you're going to be low damage. If you're low health, you're going to be high damage, generally speaking, right? So, you know, her passive kind of gets trapped by anything that has, like, medium health, because usually anything with medium-high health has low damage, right? So, like, again, with K-Corp Hong Lu, you don't really want him to get the passive because his damage on its own is not spectacular, right? You'd rather have it on someone else. Anyways, about the chicken mines, they know. Like, they know that people did not enjoy Hell's Chicken because of the amount of grinding. So, if you're worried about the chicken mines, I would not be super worried about it. Honestly, I would not be super worried about it because they addressed, like, they addressed that they understand the grind. Like, they made an announcement literally just saying, like, we understand that the grind is, like, really bad, so we're going to, like, we'll keep this in mind for the future. So I don't think they're gonna they're probably not gonna do another, like, really insane grind for, like, the chickens, because again, PM consistently just kind of underestimates their community and, like, the size of their community and the dedication of their community, right? They vastly underestimate their community, generally speaking. And they also, like, they were like, okay, we're giving the players like 2 weeks to do chicken mines, right? We're giving the players 2 weeks to do chicken mines, which objectively is, like, you know, objectively it's an adequate amount of time, right? Like, you can just do like 2 or 3 chicken dungeons a day, and you'll get there very comfortably, right? But they were not expecting their community to be so hungry for content, like so ravenous, that they were literally rushing like 40 chicken mines a day, because, like, they wanted to finish the chicken mines the same day that the event released, right? So, you know, it's like it's like they designed it, like, on paper they designed it like, okay, you know, on average we're intending players to run like 2 a day about, right? And they'll get there by the end of the event. But in practice, people were like, dude, we need content, and then they see the amount of bongies that they have to farm, and they're like, all right, dude, might as well get them all out of the way all at once. And people end up doing chicken mines for like 20 runs a day, and they're like, dude, this shit sucks, because it was just not intended, and PM just not did not take it into consideration that people would be psychopathic enough to do that, right? So, you know, I wouldn't be super worried about it. PM knows they made an announcement about it and extended the event too. Yeah, like that. The event extension was because of largely it was because of content and pushing back season 2, but it was also to address that controversy. So, you know, yeah, TBH, I'm looking forward to 4.5 just to see how they have improved the events overall. I'm looking forward to it because I can't wait to see what they do with a beach event, dude. That's hilarious. Like, I can't wait. It's gonna be like, it's either going to be like, you know, swimsuit mersault or something, or like, it's gonna be like some meme shit like swimsuit mersault, and like 0 fan service, or it's gonna be like bait and switch fan service where it's like, you know, swimsuit like wayward passenger abno fight or something. Like, I don't know. It's gonna be so funny. 2 weeks is pretty casual time frame, XD. Clueless. 2 weeks is pretty casual time frame. Clueless, bro. Does he know? 2 weeks is plenty of time. Clueless. The game simply does not justify survival. If there was a survival horde mode, then there would be some use for high health. Yeah, definitely. Like, one thing I want to see is, like, I want to see a game mode where there would be infinite waves, and like not infinite waves, because I'm pretty sure you could survive infinitely, but you know, I want to see a game with like ramping difficulty waves that there's like 10 waves of combat or something, and it would prioritize survival over you know, it would prioritize survival over damage, right? Like damage racing. It would prioritize stuff like survival, because that would really make tank IDs, and like it would make stuff like Kong Lu, it would make stuff like G Gregor and stuff like that. It would make them really shine in that kind of game mode where sustain and consistency is more important than popping off as like very volatile high damage single turns, right? Consistent damage would be more important, and survivability would be more important, instead of, you know, literally like popping off as fast as possible, you know, and spiking like in insane amount on like single turns, right? I think that would be very beneficial to like widen the scope of the game, and it would be pretty interesting, I think. Bro, the chicken days were horrendous. I think I got mine done in like 6 days during my exams. Bro, you have a problem. Swimsuit Sinclair. I know, I farmed all 6k. Dude, I also farmed all 6k. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some fucking... I gotta get some drink, bro. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, alright? Behave yourselves, you freaks, you little freaks. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Don't worry, guys. I'm back. Hope you're staying hydrated. It's hot as fuck where I am. My AC is also broken. It's like 90 degrees out. It's really good. Ugh. See what I gotta catch up on. It was pain because Papa Bongi was not something you can spam win rate on. Actually true. Like, that was also really annoying. Like, the chickens, like, rolled so high for some reason. It was actually fucked up. Like, even the little guys, like, even the little Bongis would roll for, like, insane numbers for some reason. Which was dumb. And then they also, like, the characters they limited you to in order to get the bonus, to get, like, the bonus Bonkies, the characters they limited you to were not exactly the best at clashing either. So it was like, you know, kind of hit and miss for the most part, right? Infinite Mirror Dungeon that you can just casually jump into and do a couple floors a day for even minuscule rewards would be cool. I just like something to do more to do daily than just Lux. Yeah, Lux definitely definitely need a little touch up. I agree, honestly. I mean, I don't really care that much. Some people, like, there's some people, including myself, by the way, like, I don't really care that much for daily gacha chores. So if my duty per day is literally just log in twice a day to keep yourself from leaking ink, and then you go to Lux, you skip Thread Lux 3 times, and then I do 1 manual XP Lux every day, just for the battle pass, and because I'm gonna need a shit ton of tickets. I'm gonna need a shit ton of tickets because I don't know if you noticed, but all of my IDs are still level 30, except for Negative Sanity Sinclair, because you need him level 35 in order to do anything. And then, you know, I boosted Isang because he's hype. But everything else is level 30. So I need a shit ton of tickets. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the daily chores being easy. Because, you know, sometimes I just want to log in and just skip a couple times and then leave, you know? Getting to actually play the game 3 times a week is not enough for my PM brain rot. True. Honestly, game is fun. Game is fun, for sure, honestly. That's why I'm so excited for Hard Mirror Dungeon, because I hope that it's hard enough that it's like a permanently active railway, right? Because railway was only super fun for me because you could really like push the limits of the game and like really like hunker down and strategize, like really start getting into the nitty gritty of mechanics, right? And I hope Mirror Dungeon's it's not going to be as hard as like Low Turning Railway for sure, but I hope that it's like at least mentally stimulating enough that it's not just autoing permanently, right? Because like doing normal Mirror Dungeon mining, like doing Mirror the Beginning mining before Mirror of Mirrors was added was like fucking soul crushing, bro. That shit was trash. Something like that would be cool. Giving ID a place in the meta for different reasons aside from Unga Bunga. Yeah. Like the long you know, the long thing, the longer idea, right? Infinite Mirror Dungeon you can just casually jump into and do a couple floors a day for even minuscule rewards. I'd like something more to do daily than just Lux. Yeah, true. You know, to each their own. I'm not gonna log in and do a Mirror Dungeon a day though, for sure. Even a couple floors of Mirror Dungeon per day, like you can tell, I literally do all of my Mirror Dungeon in one day to get them out of the way, because I don't really like Mirror Dungeon that much, to be honest. Because it's just like, it's just long, and it's not like hard enough to be mentally stimulating. Which is, again, why I'm excited for Mirror Dungeon hard, right? The gimmick fights were fun. Yeah. The One Who Grips sure is an interesting name for a character. Yeah, you know it, Rob. Bro, I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from you, bro. I still have you on my friends list, too. Shut the hell up, bro. When was the last time you logged in? Yeah, 5-6, huh? Yeah, alright, dude. I don't want to hear it from you, bro. The chicken mines were the only reason why I leveled Base Sinclair to 30. Yeah, like, that was his best idea at the time. Was the chicken mines, right? I just used, for the chicken mines, I just used Mariachi and kept him on the bench. I literally did not use him, like, at all. I think I ran 3-man, because I kept Sinclair on the bench, and I kept Chef Gregor on the bench, too, because he sucks ass, right? So I think the 3-man I did was those two, on the bench, and then I did Chef, I did W Don, even though She Section Don is better in that dungeon. She Section Don would have been better, but I didn't want to uptie her and level her. But she's slept on, genuinely. She's fine as an ID. Her clashing is pretty good. It's just her damage is not that good, right? But her clashing is pretty good. I mean, Overbreathe has a max coin power of 25, so, you know, it is what it is. But I did Chef, Don, and Rabbit, I think, is my flex slot, or something like that, and that's what I used. I just did a 3-man. Not even daily chores. I just want to play more. I want something I can play that constantly gives even minuscule rewards. I love this game, PM. Let me play your game, damn it. So true, bro. So true, actually. Like, genuinely, so true. There needs to be, like, some sort of content that you can play, that isn't just slaving away in Mirror Dungeon, basically. Anyways, let's uptie, Liu, Honglu, and start testing him as well.
언제쯤 말을 꺼내시나 기다리고
Uh,
있기는 했답니다.
Because, like, the only thing you can basically do is, like, Mirror Dungeon now. Which is okay, but, like, again, it's not mentally stimulating enough for it to be, like, fun for me for the most part. Like, it's kind of more, it's still more of a chore than it is, like, fun gameplay, right? Like, some of the eco gifts are fun, and stuff, and they're, like, goofy, but, I mean, like, they're not, like, I mean, half of them are fucking bugged for the, let's get that out of the way. So, like, they're not like good enough to be interesting to me, unless they start actually, like, making them like, they start making them usable, and half of them weren't poised, God forbid. Anyways, what are you guys specking into on this? Now that I know that meshed possibilities is a translation error, I kind of understand. I have an idea of what I'm going to spec into, but I want to hear what you guys are specking into first. I'm just curious, what you guys are, what your ideas are. Because I haven't. The only thing I've bought is the middle node. Beyond that, I have not bought anything. If I could replay completed story nodes for free, but for no rewards, I'd be totally on board for that. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it. Replay story nodes for free? I mean, sure, it would be nice, but I mean, like, not what I would. I mean, not for me. Like, it's just not really, you know. I went to the top left as far as offense +2, top right as far as cost per fight, and bottom right as far as the speed ones. I see. Going full top left for now, trying to get meshed as soon as possible. That's it so far. Don't know where I'll go from there. I went top left, and bottom right for speed, then top right. Oh, so you guys are splitting up your points. Okay, that's interesting. I figure I'm going to. My idea personally was I was going to do the same thing as Y75, I guess, is your name. I was gonna do the same thing and try and rush one thing, probably mesh possibilities, because the other one is based on stagger threshold, and stagger threshold is not super relevant unless you're like soloing or something, right? Like, this hardly will ever come up unless you're soloing, right? And, you know, with that in mind, I feel like I want to I feel like generally the strategy is to go for top left, because you get offense level. Damage is nice, but offense level is really important, because clashing is a fucking issue, bro. We all know damn well clashing is a fucking issue. So, you know, I feel like going top left is probably the meta. I feel like speed might also be good, but for the most part, speed is not an issue, because the enemies don't get buffed in speed. They only get buffed in offensive stats, right? So if your IDs have good speed already, then speed doesn't really help that much. It doesn't, like, do anything. And it's not even, like, it's not even min speed. It's just max speed, which makes your rolls, like, it makes your rolls top out higher, and your average roll is higher, but, like, you still can just roll like shit anyway. So, like, you know, I feel like the consistency of the damage is probably better. And then, I mean, like, after it, like, this seems troll. Like, the sustain does not seem really that important. And then, you know, maybe cost. Like, cost after winning a combat encounter seems really strong too. Like, fortuitous find also seems pretty strong. So I could see you going up here. But I think the capstone on the right side is just weaker than the one on the left side. So that's my opinion. I don't know. That's just my intuition. I've not spec'd anything, because you can't turn it off. You can't turn it off for some reason. So I don't. I'm not gonna spec anything yet, I don't think. Just for now. Anyways, special contract again. You know what, dude? I'll give you a second shot. A third shot, I guess. with no Gossipium this time. No Gossipium for sure this time. And then what do I want? We're bringing the entire Liu squad. We're bringing the entire Liu squad. We could go Burn Turbo, bring Ninclair, but he won't see usage past the first few floors. And then we do need to diversify our ego resource generation, so we'll probably bring, like, Rhodia, and we need, like... I mean, actually, doesn't Hong Lu generate Gloom? Isn't his skill 1 Gloom or something? Yeah, it is. Okay, so he does generate Gloom. We need Pride, so I guess we'll bring Rhodia. And then we could bring Ninclair. He also generates some Gloom. And then, you know, 6th one I'll think about. I'll just read chat real quick again. You need both top left and bottom left to get mesh possibilities. Oh, you do need both top left for mesh. Going top first, then bottom. Right, right. Okay, okay. So, that is a shame, because the sustain ones I don't think are that good. But, yeah, I mean, I think mesh possibilities is just more worth going for sure. If you get max speed buff, then Art Heathcliff can get 6+ speed more frequently and get power on skill 2 and skill 3. That is true. Zara Aura, thanks for tuning in. That is true, but, like, I mean, generally I'm not playing with the intent to high roll on Heathcliff normally. That only comes up in Mirror Dungeon mostly, like resetting on one turns. Like any turn, any setup in Mirror, even in low turn Railway, you're never resetting for Heathcliff's speed unless it's specifically a 1-turn setup. Because as soon as it's a 2-turn setup, you can just use Body Sack and guarantee it, right? Because resetting in Railway is like, even at the top level of play, if we're willing to reset for RNG, but we want to mitigate RNG as much as possible, right? So we're not really rolling for his speed. So, like, the way that I play him, I'm just not really, like, looking for that. I'm just looking for, like, Body Sack setup all the time, and, like, him maxing out would help him naturally roll it, but, like, I'm not really playing around him naturally rolling it in the first place, so, you know, it is what it is. Nullify Stagger would be funny for solo Hong Lu. Very sure. Very sure. Very sure. Very true. For Hong Lu solo, it would be really, really strong. Because every single fight he gets staggered, obviously. He loses an entire turn. So, like, I was doing that, like, I don't know if you were around in the last stream at that time. I think the second run I did was solo Hong Lu, solo Kong Lu, and I died. I just died, but, like, you know, it is, I think it would be very good. My go-to is Liu, Ishmael, Hong Lu, Greg, 7-section Ryoshu, and Otis. Gripper, Faust, Spice Bookie, Song. Got the Burn Squad and perfectly feeds the best ego. Interesting. Interesting, actually. 7-section Ryoshu is kind of a hot take. And I'm assuming what you mean by best ego is Ebony Stem, I imagine. Probably. I kind of dig it, honestly. You got the full well, not the, you got the burn engine, right? Like, you have, like, the burn engine, basically, and then, you know, 7-section Ryoshu and Otis is a little spicy. I appreciate that, though. That's kind of nice. And then Gripper Faust and Spice Bushy Song, just for general value and, you know, some pride generation. I can kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. I think. I kind of want to just go all in on burn. I think it would be funny, though. I think last Sinner, probably... I mean, who gets value on the bench? Like, I guess Otis would get the most value on the bench, so we'll bring her. Completely out of topic. Just noticed we haven't asked you what your favorite Sinner is. My favorite Sinner? Kind of hard to pick one. Hold on, let me just go through this. I remember in my other videos, in some of my other videos, I talk about what I would rank all of the Sinners as. I think it was just during my, like, blind... Oh, don't give me stew, bro. It was during my blind playthrough of Kanto 3, or Kanto 4, I mean. like that, those videos, in some of them, like, don't watch them, they're not really particularly interesting. It's just me literally autoing through filler stages because Kanto 4 was just ludicrously, like, artificially inflated amount of stages. So, you know, I don't know, I don't know. You probably don't watch those videos, to be honest. They're not terribly interesting. We'll go here, I think, here, and here, I guess. I kind of want to use Roja for her skill 1, but, I mean, you know, we get full burn, I guess. But I do talk about it in there a little bit. Probably my favorite, if I had to rank them, okay, top 3 I can name. I can name top 3. Gregor, Heathcliff, and like Gregor, Heathcliff, and Dawn, I think, are like top 3 for me. I think though, if you ask me to put them in order, I would not be able to pick between Gregor and Heathcliff. Dawn is on the bottom of top 3 for sure. I think maybe my favorite overall would probably be Heathcliff. And then Gregor's like a close second. After that, what would I put under Dawn? Probably Mersault. I think Mersault is really funny. He definitely got a lot more character I already kind of liked him, but after Hell's Chicken, I was like, dude, this guy's great, dude. I love that guy. So I think he might be 4th, and then beyond that, like, the middle ranks are just like whatever. And then if I were to pick bottom 3, I could pick bottom 3 easily, I think. Bottom 1, for sure, least favorite is Faust. Faust is just a piece of shit, bro. Like, I don't know. PM just has, like, a lot of... they have, like, a very strange character writing for, like, the Faust archetype of character, right? Like Angela in LobCorp and whatever, like, and Library of Ruina, like, Angela, like, she just does not speak like a person, right? But it kind of makes sense because she's a robot. So, like, okay, it's excusable. She's like a genius, but, you know, she's a robot, so it makes sense that she doesn't speak like a human, basically. And by speak like a human, I mean, like, half of the time she opens her mouth, it's like just fucking like anecdotes and shit. It's like spiritual anecdotes and like all this random like bullshit. I'm like, dude, that is just not how people speak. Like, people do not speak about like deep philosophy and general conversation, right? Like, that's just not how conversation goes. And it feels like, the conversation just feels like bot, right? So she'll speak like that. But the thing is, like, Faust is also in that, like, genius, like, deadpan genius archetype, but she just has, like, no personality. Like, her entire character is just, I will spew exposition at you. Hold on, what the hell is this? Other sinners scoff at me in disagreement. There's a switch in the room. Bro, what? Okay, obviously I'm hitting the switch because I'm based. Sizzling figure. This can only be seen in absence of light. What does this mean? I'll touch it. What the fuck? Dude, oh my god, I fucked up. Oh shit, I fucked up. Not what I guess I should not have done that. I guess I should not have done that. But yeah, dude, like, Faust is like such a... Dude, I fucking hate that. I hate Faust. Like, she's so ass, bro. Like, she is so ass. Her character, like, I don't know. She has no personality. Like, her gimmick is that she has no personality. And it's just like, okay, you know... and she like, her other gimmick is like, I'm quirky and talk about myself in the third person. How moe. And I'm like, okay, dude, like, shut the fuck up. I don't care about you. I just do not fucking care. Also, it looks like his special contract is working, because this guy, I did notice, I paid attention this time. He has fragile, and he took a large burst of damage from getting staggered, so I think it might actually be working. Which is, you know, definitely good. For sure, definitely good. But yeah, Faust is like least favorite. I think Otis is also like down there maybe. Just because, I mean, it's like satire. It's obviously Otis's character is satire on like general gacha like character archetypes, because you know in other gacha games it's like I don't know what the fuck, I don't play that many other gacha games anymore, but you know it's like Otis's character is like a play on the like bootlicker, you know, you're the chosen one, you know, like if you I don't know, like in Blue Archive or something, it's like everyone thinks that you're like, what are you, like a professor or something in that game? Everyone's like, dude, you're awesome, professor, right? Like, dude, you're so cool, man. You're the best guy ever, right? But then like it's a play on that archetype of character, because in this game, in PM universe, like that character is just very uncanny. Even though it would be seen as normal in any other game, that character is extremely uncanny in PM universe, right? And it's a play on that. But like, even like knowing that, I still don't really like her character because it's still annoying. Like, bottom line is that character archetype is annoying no matter what, I think. So like, I still don't enjoy it, even though I recognize that it's satire. So it is what it is, you know. Hold on. I gotta reach chat, bro. I've been yapping so long. Yeah, her ego, hold on. 7 is only for non-base Ryoshu. I have, the only non-base Ryoshu I have. But Swash and Upper Slash do great damage, are good at clashing. You give me the pride and glut I need. Yeah. 7 section Ryoshu is very good at clashing. So, she is a, dude, fucking, dude, give me Nebulizer, I guess. She is very good at clashing. It's underrated. Because Chef is in the game and you always see people using Chef, 7 section does get slept on. Her clashing is very strong, for sure. Dude, my sanity is in the shitter. Oh my god, dude, my bad, bro. The stupid ass mist, the green mist, like, fucked me. Dude, Wrapped in Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, Mersault in Hell's Kitchen was so good. Like, I say this multiple times, like, I say this all the time, but Mersault in Hell's Kitchen, in literally like 3 lines of dialogue, Mersault in Hell's Kitchen got more characterization than Faust has in the entirety of the story so far. Like, she has not done anything. Like, she has not done anything. All she is like, oh, I'm a cryptic person. Ooh, like that's her entire character. Like, I don't give a fuck, you know. Heathcliff is an absolute hot take. Him killing Sinclair for shits and giggles is very funny. I don't know. I like Heathcliff. Do people not like Heathcliff? I think he's awesome, bro. My top 3 was Sinclair, Ryoshu, and Isang. That's a hot take. I'm impartial to most of them, honestly. I feel like Angela's character became good when she stopped being a robot. Really hoping for her to have a great breakdown and grown like a proper character. Yeah, true. Honestly, like, yeah, like, she's obnoxious. Like, she was literally obnoxious, bro. I could not stand her character. It's also another reason why I, like, not the main reason, but another, like, contributing factor to, like, why I did not play those games to the end. Because, like, dude, I just did not fucking care. That event sucks. The good option is getting night vision goggles. Night vision goggles are not even that good. Night vision goggles are not even that good, though. They're okay. But, like, dude, like, I picked the wrong thing and my entire team gets fucked? That's mean, bro. That's mean. Who do you think will get the Farwatch ID? Bro, I don't even fucking know what that means, honestly. Again, I'm not a lore nut. I appreciate you coming into the stream, though. P Godoy. P Godoy. I appreciate you coming into the stream, for sure. But I have no fucking idea what Farwatch is in this game, or like in PM universe, because I just like don't care about the lore that much, personally. Even though I recognize it's good, I play mostly for the characters more than the lore. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Oh shit. Hardcore Alice, no! Anyways, have fun, I'm gonna eat lunch and do your dailies. Dude, it's been nice having you around, for sure. It's been nice having you around. I hope you enjoy your lunch and whatnot, of course, and you doing your chores. Thoughts about Isang? Very good. His chapter did him justice, for sure. I thought chapter 4 was easily the best story. They stayed very true to the source material. I don't know if you've ever read Wings by Isang. It's a very short read, but they stayed very true to the source material. I thought the story was very good. As per usual with PM. The only problem I had, obviously I'm sure everyone has the same opinion, it's not a hot take at all, but the pacing of chapter 4 was like some of the worst pacing I've ever seen in a video game. Like, it's inexcusable how shit it was, like genuinely, it's terrible. Because of how many fillers, like there's like PM is like, they're like, okay, I underestimated my audience, you know, the audience is ravenous, you know, we need to give them more content, right? We need to give them more content, but like the thing is, yeah, I'll replace one skill 1 with a skill 2. They're like, we need to give you more content to play with, but the problem is, like, if the content is not good, like, they literally had 45 stages of unironically genuine filler, right? Like actually, bro, it's literally filler, right? And it's just like so shit, the pacing. But like the actual story, like especially at the end in the dungeon, that entire story was really, really well paid off. It's just like getting there was just so terrible, right? So like, I don't fucking know, man. Like it was bad. It was bad. But past that, if you can get past that, then it was really good, right? So Isang overall stayed very true to the source material, which I very much appreciate. I'd say he's probably in the top 50% of sinners. Like, he's in top 6 for me, I think. But he's not phenomenal or anything. Like, the story did not make me like him any more than I really already liked him. Like, it made me appreciate the fact that PM knows their source material more than it's like, wow, Isang became such a much better character, right? I did appreciate his character development, but it was not, like, mind-blowing or anything. But the actual story that they told with the themes, like, I thought the themes in the story were very real. It showed, like, the human struggle and trying to wrestle with self-identity and self-worth. And I thought that was really, really, it was really beautifully executed in the end. But the story itself did not make me enjoy Isang much more than I already did. So I'd say he's just pretty mid to me. I'm an Eternal Ishmael simp. I love Dawn, Honglu, and Mersalt as well. Greg, Isang, and Faust are cool too. The rest I don't have an opinion on, other than Otis and Sinclair are hot. Bro, isn't Sinclair like... he looks like a kid. I mean, he is like 20 or something. I'm pretty sure everyone is obviously of legal age at the very least. But, you know, that's all you, man. That's all you, man. I think there's more to Otis than it seems. Yeah, obviously. The source material has a lot of going on with Odysseus, so there's a lot to work with there. But she only started like peeling back the mask, so to say, in chapter 4. So like, you know, hopefully we start getting that potential. She starts living up to her potential a little more in the coming chapters, because they started peeling back the mask a little bit towards the end of chapter 4. So, you know, sure, but I'm not going to say I prefer her character as it is now based on just speculation for the future, right? Like, I'm just judging characters based on what we know right now. I'm not going to be like, well, you know, she could betray Dante and, you know, whatever. Like, she could do all this stuff because of the source material. I'm like, yeah, okay, she could, but she hasn't yet. So, like, I'm not going to judge her based on what she could do, right? I'm just judging her based on what she is now. Same with Faust. Like, Faust has not done shit, right? So, like, I don't fucking care about her. Same with Otis. Like, Otis has not done shit, so I don't care about her. She's insulted us at times, and she's holding back some hatred for it. Yeah. I love Dante so much for being an absolute moron as the main character. I mean, he's not even a moron. Like, he's not like a stereotypical dense protagonist, like straight up idiot protagonist. It's just that, like, he lost all his memories, obviously, and he's also surrounded with like extraordinary people, right? Like every single person that he interacts with is extraordinary in some way, like baseline, right? Like they've all been through extraordinary stuff, and they can all manifest ego, which is like a very difficult task for an average person to do anyway. So like, you know, compared to them, compared to extraordinary people, like an average dude with a clock for a head, and he has no memories at all, is like, yeah, he looks kind of like a fucking idiot, doesn't he? But I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that, right? Farm Watch with Dawn ranks ego. Oh, Farm Watch. See, you said Far Watch. I was like, dude, what the fuck does that mean? Farm Watch. Who do I think is getting the Farm Watch ego? Who is most like Dong Rang? Like, who has not gotten anything recently? Otis has not gotten anything recently. She got Sun Shower, but I don't really count that, right? We'll just fucking block this, I guess. She's got Sun Shower, but I don't really count that. I think, I mean, bro, that guy just fucking exploded, bro. I just clashed with a ghost with an ego. It's a fucking misplay, huh? Whatever. Who's getting Farm Watch? I feel like Otis, probably. Maybe. That's my guess. I mean, if I had to pick one, I don't fucking know. Obviously, the real answer is I have no fucking idea. But I'd probably pick Otis. So, you know. Hopefully they learned from the massive filler amount, because that was straight up not good. Yeah, like, it was straight up not a good time. Like, that shit was straight up atrocious, the amount of filler. I wasn't mad at the amount of lunacy. Yeah, okay, I mean, true. Part 2 was so awful in terms of the fights. If the fairy ego enemies weren't hella spongy, I wouldn't have minded fighting them that many times. Yeah, no, I didn't have as much problem with the fairy ego enemies as I did with the fucking robots, dude. The Technology Liberation Alliance robots from part 1, and some of them carried into part 2, those were so fucking annoying, bro. Like, they're so tanky, and like, there's not really much team building diversity you can do against them, because their only main weakness is Tremor, right? So like, you just bring the Tremor core every single stage brainlessly, and then you also run into the issue of like, if the stage is not the robots, like if you get like 3 stages in a row that was robots, and then all of a sudden the stage after is not robots, and you brought the Tremor core, then you just have to waste time like backing out and resetting your team comp, because Tremor sucks ass outside of just those enemies, right? So it's like just so stupid, bro. That's a fair point. The lunacy wasn't bad. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna be an Ishmael sim till I die, and I don't even know why. I don't even know why people like Ishmael that much, honestly. I think she's fine. I don't really care about Ishmael that much. She's just okay. She's like kind of snarky. She's like this snarky, you know, by the books, you know, straight cop kind of guy. But I think if I were to pick like that character archetype, I think I just prefer Gregor. He's also kind of like a snarky, sarcastic, like, but straight cop, kind of like good intentioned guy. But he's like got the goofy side to him, right? He's got the goofy side to him. So you know, and also because I liked his source material more. I don't know if you've ever read I don't know if you've ever read Gregor's source material, but it's pretty good. Franz Kafka is a literary genius, as per usual. You don't need me to tell you. I'm sure you already know, because he's famous for a reason. But in high school, I tried to read Moby Dick as like independent reading. Holy shit, dude, that book sucks. Like okay, I'm not gonna say it sucks, but like the opinion about Moby Dick is very, very polarizing. Either you think the book is a literary masterpiece, or you don't like the book at all and think it's like boring as fuck, right? And I fall into the second crowd of like, I thought Moby Dick was so fucking boring, bro. And in that book, like, Ishmael doesn't even do anything. Like, he's like a self-insert type of protagonist, basically, in that book. Like, he's just there to detail like what happens with Captain Ahab and whatever, right? but he doesn't actually like do anything. So I don't like I don't know if I really care that much. We'll swap off of Sinclair finally now. Hold on, let's reorder our team a little bit here. We'll go there we go. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know, like Ishmael just doesn't do anything in Moby Dick, so I don't really care, you know. You know, so it's either you think it's a literary masterpiece, or you know, you just think that it's boring as fuck, and I just thought it was boring as fuck. So you know, that's just my opinion. So I don't really get the rage over Ishmael. I feel like Gregor obviously has more development as of now because his chapter was the first chapter, and it was an excellent first impression, all things considered. Obviously, if I'm still playing the game now, it was an excellent first impression. But I didn't really enjoy his chapter that much based on the story alone. I was enjoying it more so because it was like, dude, new PM game, Pog. More than like, wow, this chapter's story is so good. Because PM just has a lot of like writing quirks that just like they're very blatant, right? Like as soon as they introduce any filler characters, you literally know they're gonna die. Like Yuri, you see as soon as you see her and the characters start bonding with her instantly, it's like uncanny, right? It's like uncanny how instantly everyone's like, dude, Yuri's so great, haha. You know, look at all these goofy hijinks. You already know, like, okay, classic PM, they're gonna kill her. Like, it's not even close. Like, you literally know instantly that she's going to die. So it's like, you know, PM writing style, classic. Same with, like, Effie and Sod. Like, you already know they're gonna die, like, as soon as you see them. It's like, it's just typical. And same with the characters in Chapter 4, too. Whatever the fuck the girl's name was, like, you already knew she was gonna die. And I mean, like, and I don't mean, like, Dongrang and Donbeck. Obviously, I meant, like, whatever Donbeck's conspirator was. Because, you know, obviously they have to die because they're the main antagonists. So, you know, sure, I have no opinion on that. They have to die because they're the antagonists, makes sense. But, like, you know, just the random, like, side filler characters that are, like, you know, not entirely protagonists, but, like, you just see them, and they're, like, you know, they're kind of tangentially, like, with the party. Like, you already fucking know they're gonna die. Like, it's just, it's just, like, you can see it coming from a mile away. So, you know, I have no attachment to any of those either. I like Otis mostly because she's similar to my friends that were in the military, the exact same bootlicking style. Hey, I can respect that. I can respect that. I also have friends who are in the military, but you know, they're not like super uptight about it or anything. Like they're still normal, but I mean, the military does change people for sure. Gregor has a goofy side, Ishmael has her lame side, but it's fun to see, being the only one to read K-Corp pamphlets, messing up her lines in the dungeon after teasing Heathcliff about it. Yeah, I did enjoy that. She did get more characterization beyond just, like, I am the straight man, basically. Like, in comedy scenes, I am the straight man. And then, you know, Gregor or Heathcliff are the funny man, right? Or Don, or something, right? Like, and Ishmael's always the straight man, right? And it's just like, okay, dude, that's your role as a character for real. But like, she started getting a little bit more development, so I'll appreciate it there. But I mean, it's not gonna change my opinion of her drastically, you know. Metamorphosis is so good, but yeah, I think Moby Dick is overrated as hell. True, like actually, either you think it's a really good book, or you think it's like boring as fuck, right? Like it just is what it is. I'm very interested to what they do with Ish because she's basically a POV side character in the source. Yeah, I can see that for sure. I agree with you there. She has a lot of potential. I'll take Melted Spring, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'm not even reading that shit. I don't know. Golden Urn, I probably could have taken. Melted Spring does nothing, actually. I don't know why I took it. Whoopsies. It's okay. We're fine. I mean, this run is already won, obviously. We don't really have to pay attention to the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, she has a lot of potential because she's basically a clean slate. She doesn't really, like, do anything except detail what Ahab does, and, like, what happens. Like, in Moby Dick, Ishmael is very much a very frank character. Like, just literally, like, all he does is just describe things that are happening. basically, without like much like input as a human being, just describing what's happening. So yeah, there's a lot of potential. Nothing beats how depressing Wuthering Heights is. Yeah, I mean, you know, that book is like just, I mean, you know, they they did it right, I think. Like, I appreciate Heathcliff because I like the source material. That's like, you know, major factor, I think, in how I view characters is like, you know, how well do they translate the themes of their source material into the game, right? That's also that's partly why I don't like Rogia. Because her chapter execution in relation to her source material was really like clumsy, I think, in my opinion. Like, I thought the chapter itself was fun. It was like a you know, it's what's it called? What are those types of like stories called where it's like, you know, oh, it's a heist movie. It was like a heist movie, right? There's like, you know, the classic like gathering the crew stage, making the plan stage, right? Executing the plan, something goes wrong, goofy ass like comedy stage, right? Of the story, right? It has like the classic heist story beats, right? But then like the tying it in of tying it into like Crime and Punishment was like really clumsy in my opinion. The execution, it was like they kind of fumbled it hard at the end, where it was like, you know, oh yeah, let's introduce this other character and yeah, and then we'll just describe the story of Crime and Punishment, and yeah, she did that. And it's like has no relation to anything else, and is completely isolated with the rest of the chapter, and I thought that was like really jarring. So I did not super enjoy it, personally. Classic, she's having fun. PM, she's having fun, she's dying. Describes the community pretty well. Yeah, true. Actually true. What even happened to Rand, as in the girl from the Liberation Alliance? Didn't she die? Didn't she get bisected by She-Section hitmen or something? I remember, like, kind of, I think. Didn't she get, like, she got, like, split in half or something? I don't know, dude. Dawn might get it. Yeah, honestly, Dawn might get the... I'm assuming you're talking about, like, Farm Watch or something. Maybe she gets it. I'm also invested in Ishmael because despite her self-appointed straight man role, she's heavily associated with Gloom and Wrath as far as sins go. Oh, dude, I don't fucking pay attention to that shit. I don't pay attention to that shit, bro. Like, all the like sin resource theory crafting and stuff, like I don't pay attention to any of that. I don't care about that stuff. I mean, I guess it I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. I mean, I guess it does definitely, I guess, help with like reading characters, but I mean, like, I don't know. That's like very metaphysical stuff. I don't fucking care. Cost requirement for what the hell? Piece of relationship. I mean, I'll buy it because I haven't seen it before, but I don't intend on using it. Lightning rod. That's very good. Buy this, I guess. Is piece of relationship a tier 4 gift? Maybe I'll check in battle. Shren got bisected. Rand blew up alongside the TLA robot after being cornered by the Sinners. Dude, I see, like, I don't even fucking know any of these characters. All I know them as is like filler character 1, filler character 2. Like, I don't fucking know their names. I don't fucking know their names, man. All I know them as is filler character that's destined to die. Like, it's just, you know, it's just very stereotypical. Oh, she just got off camera. Sick. Yeah. When I first saw the CG, I thought Ryoshu cut her. Dude, exactly what I thought. I was like, dude, based Ryoshu. Like, I was like, dude, finally, someone will get this bitch to shut up. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, never mind. I thought it was like, you know, I thought it was Ryoshu being like, yeah, she wouldn't shut up, and I thought it would be funny to kill her. I'm like, dude, that's based. But then, you know, I feel like that would be way, like, I mean, even for her, it would be very sick and twisted to do that, so, I mean, honestly, it makes sense that she didn't, but I was really confused. And out of all the characters,
보냈고.
Ryoshu being in the CG, like, made the most sense for her to do it, right? Like, so I thought it was. I mean, Rand's death did happen in a cutscene, but I think a lot of people just forgot what happened. I don't even remember who Rand is. I'm not even gonna lie. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Who the fuck is that? Oh, she was the... Oh, I don't fucking remember who this is. Yeah, wait, didn't she die in, like... Didn't she die in that cutscene, where she was, like, stabbing, Isang or something and she died? I don't fucking know. Like, with the golden bow in the depths of the Lobotomy Corp branch. At the end of part 1 or something, like, didn't she die there? Like, I don't fucking remember, dude. She was not a relevant character. Like, all I know is you're a filler antagonist and you're gonna die. Like, that's all I know.
부드럽게.
보냈고.
I mean, Rand's done it, yeah. She went, ha, I distracted you and died.
제가 묻었네요.
Yeah, I guess.
잘 풀린 것
I
같습니다.
mean, she got us good, I guess. Like, I don't
우리가
know.
우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Like, PM is good at writing characters. I'll give them that. PM is good at writing characters, but like actually writing like story, like grand scheme of the things, like story, it seems like a challenge for them. Like writing good characters is definitely their strong suit, but like, you know, their universe for all intents and purposes is pretty generic. And their story beats, like their actual story beats, are very, very predictable, right?
끌어넘칠 시간이군요.
Because they have very, very stereotypical, like kind of edgy, like post-apocalyptic, edgy storytelling, right? And they fall into a lot of tropes. So, you know, I'm not super attached to their story or universe or anything. But the characters are pretty good. We can go here. I'm surprised we're outflashing anything, honestly. Give me arrows. Give me chains. Where are you going, Gregor? I mean, Gregor can't even tank this, unfortunately. Can I redirect it? I can redirect it here. Gregor clashes here. Otis can tank this. I don't care about her getting bind. We'll go target right arm, and then Hong Lu can use this.
부드럽게.
The PM brain rot is getting to us hard.
이봐.
Rand was a TLA member in cahoots with Shren. She was one of the first of the members we saw alongside Morel. Yeah, I do. Now that I saw her, like, I did not know her by name. Now that I saw her, like, I just looked up what she looked like because I could not remember her by name. But I remember her now, yeah. I remember. Donbeck was the person who stabbed Isang. Was he? Dude, I don't fucking remember. Okay, you know what? I don't remember any of
이
this.
정도까지만 옥죄어줄게요.
Goes to show how forgettable the story was until we hit the last chapter, or the last dungeon.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
걸려라.
Oh, that's a good sound. Big critical hit.
그럼 부위 하나가 박살났고.
Alright, should die here. Very easily. $54, that'll do like 100-ish. Then we got 59, sure. And then the rest we're getting outsped, so we do kind of have to clash. Okay, hopefully it does not get to Mersault. Actually, I don't fucking care if Mersault tanks that, honestly. Oh, come on, what the fuck is that? Tails, dude, come on. Yeah, Ran looks like a character that had her role cut. Overall, Chapter 4 at the start looks to have been heavily abbreviated. I mean, kind of. I mean, it was abbreviated, but also, like, stretched out at the same time. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It was just really, really uncanny, like, the pacing.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Alright, you're dead. We're outspeeding with half of our team. You're just gone.
부드럽게.
Bye-bye.
빈틈 투성이로.
좋아. 도입하기에 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
Okay, I guess we're not us. Am I fucking crazy? Alright, well, my bad.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Yeah, I guess that one's on me. It doesn't really matter. We're still gonna win, but it's unfortunate. Get some AoEs. I mean, you're like super dead this turn, so. Mersault will live this entire attack, actually, this entire interaction. So I don't really care, honestly. I think we just go all in. Give me redirection here. Actually, you know what? If we just use Ebony Stem, he'll die instantly, so we don't have to do anything else.
직접 나서지.
I don't know why I'm overthinking it.
승리를 위해서라면.
Yeah, I feel like the build-up of Chapter 4 and the end was very separated. Like, what does Terrace have to do with the wings? Yeah. Yeah, they stressed gameplay, but cutaway story. Yeah. It was, like, really fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. There was a lot of, like, very confounding... there was a lot of very confounding decisions that were made with the pacing of the story. Like, especially, like, some of the story beats just don't make sense. Like, when we come back out of the Lobotomy Corporation lab, hold on, does this work? I think that works. When we come out of the LobCorp lab, and there's like another terrorist attack, like, why is our first instinct, why is the first thing we do as a squad read a storybook about the lore of the branch, like the nest? Like, why is the first thing we do, like, read an entire storybook, and then, like, you know, people are fucking dying upstairs and we're like hearing them screaming and we're just like, yeah, ho hum. It kind of just does not really make sense to me. Like some of those, you know, some of those plot decisions just don't really add up, you know. To be fair, I don't believe Crusader-themed soldiers with heavy distaste towards prosthetics had much to do with the original source material. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, the original source material only ended up mattering towards the end of the dungeon. Like towards the end of the chapter, like in the final dungeon is what I mean. So, I mean, like, you know, it's like, whatever. It was a time constraint thing? Yeah, probably. Probably. It was a combination of PM misreading the situation, of, like, you know, their instinct is like, okay, you know, our community wants a lot of content, but we don't have enough time to bring the content, right? So it was a misreading of priorities where it was like, okay, we need to give our community a lot of content because they plow through content super quick, right? So there was a miscommunication, like, or a misreading of the situation there, where it was like, yeah, your community wants content, but they don't want, like, filler content. They'd rather have less content than like a lot of shit content, right? And that was, like, pretty obvious with Hell's Chicken and stuff. Where it's like, okay, we want content, but we don't want, like, filler content. because filler content sucks even more, right?
몸이 따라줄지
And it was just like,
모르겠지만
you know, they
그럼
kind of got
가야지.
stuck on the idea of giving as players as much as possible per chapter, so that they would feel like they had stuff to do in between the like
내가 응원하는 게
in the
도움이
in between the
되겠구나.
stages of release.
힘내긴 해보자고.
They wanted to give their community a sense of something to do, but in the end it just kind of ended up falling flat because there was that miscommunication of priorities.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Because like the end result of the story was very good. Like we can agree that the end of the dungeon and the ultimate payoff for the story and all of the themes that it set up, even though the setup was sloppy, the payoff was fantastically handled, so it actually ended up making up for it, even though the entire build-up was completely mishandled, right? From a storytelling standpoint. But I mean, like, it's just it just shows that they're still just an indie company, you know. Also, Hong Lu is just not long for this world. I don't think. I'm pretty sure he's just not long for this world. It is what it is. I don't think we can do much about it. Maybe we can. No one's attacking him.
제
Perfect.
불을 따라오십시오.
We did get a lot of nice world building with the K and T Corp. Sure, yeah. That is true. I mean, K Corp was a major figure, so yeah, I hope so. Who was T Corp? T Corp was like the weird ass like steampunk guys, right? I don't remember them at all. I just remember on when I played the dungeon.
자연스러운 것입니다.
When I played the dungeon, half of their shit was bugged. Like it just did not work. So, I mean, you know, that's all I remember them by. I don't remember anything that they said. I feel like the prosthetics worked as a metaphor for growing up and Cromer's faction being fanatical about destroying the part that fits, but I feel like I'm white knighting for PM. What? I feel like the prosthetics worked as a metaphor for growing up, and Cromer's faction being fanatical about destroying that part, destroying that, sort of fits, but I feel like I'm white knighting for PM. I think you might be, bro. You're cooking on their behalf. This flower was once a rose that could have been tiny and beautiful, but now the blood it holds gives off a cruel smell. Wasn't there an Abno kind of like this in Lobotomy Corporation? I don't remember. I mean, neither of these options can possibly be good. Like, there's just no way either of these are good. At first I thought they were talking about a previous T-Corp, like the old L and G Corp. But no, T-Corp is just like that. Yeah, I guess they're just fucking slavers or something. Yeah, honestly, writing for Limbus must be a nightmare because, yeah, they make fully and well-made voice-acted content in a short period of time. Yeah, true. It's just like under great amounts of stress, and again, they're releasing content like constantly. Like fully voiced IDs are getting released like every other week, right? Basically, so they have just so much shit to do. So you know, it's pretty good. Generally. Anyways, you know, I'll break this Springs entryway. Oh, it's a Carmelia or Carmilla. Sure. All right. Nice.
제가 앞에 서죠.
I didn't realize they did so much more stuff than just time track. I don't fucking know what they do. I still don't know what they do because I just don't remember anything that they did. Honestly. We'll rhyme shank here. We'll Arctic here too. Why not? We're using up all our envy. You know, it's kind of worth it though. I think Gregor's gonna get fucking pounded, dude. These guys have their coin power is like just not even fair, bro. It's like ludicrous how much clash power they have. I don't understand, bro. Like, what is their problem? Yeah, I mean, Gregor's just gonna get pounded here. He's bye bye, bozo.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도
If anything, this does demonstrate the limitations of Liu IDs, because their clashing power and their coin power is not the greatest, right? So if you stack too many of them, like I said before, like if you stack, like most of them want to not clash generally, right? They're decent damage, but they don't really want to clash. And when you have enough non-clashers, then who the fuck is gonna be doing the clashing, right? Like I literally have to spam so many egos every turn just to get over some of these clashes. Because their clashing is just not the greatest.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Hopefully Gregor doesn't die, but honestly I would not be surprised if he did.
제가 묻었네요.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자. 아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
We're looking safe.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
Okay, we're staggered. We're good. Or he's staggered.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Died to burn. Nice. I hope we learn more about T Corp. My best guess is around Condo 6 if we end up getting U Corp in Condo 5. Apparently the technology police, even though I thought ABC did the head enforcement of the city. Bro, like I don't know any of this. I don't know any of this lore, I'm gonna be honest. Like I literally don't know, bro. Like like what the fuck how do you know U Corp is in Kanto 5? Like I don't fucking know. How do you like, bro, you guys are like deep in this shit, dude. I don't fucking care about any of this stuff. I don't care about any of this stuff. I'm just here to play the game, man. Like who the fuck, bro, like is U Corp even in the story? Like how the fuck do you even know about U Corp, bro? I don't even know who that is. And then like we got like one sniffle of T Corp, and then we're like, yeah, dude, I can't wait to get more of T Corp. They're apparently the technology police, and they solve time crimes and stuff. And I'm just like, dude, they're just a weird steampunkers in the top hats. Like I don't fucking know.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
부드럽게.
Who the fuck is U Corp?
예측대로.
I'm lost as fuck. Dude, you and me both. Who the fuck is U Corp? Oh, I have no goddamn clue, man. I have no goddamn clue. It's like, bro, I have a feeling I know what, it's like, bro, I have a feeling I know what Ishmael's chapter is going to be about, because her IDs all, her IDs all have gloom and wrath in them, so therefore she is a very gloomy but wrathful person. And I'm like, dude, like, I don't know, like, dude, does that not sound like completely unhinged? Like, is that not fucking crazy to you? Like, I don't understand. Bro, I mean, hey, if you want to cook, more power to you, man. But like, it's all you. Midwinter Nightmare, Broken Revolver. Broken Revolver's good. Let's get a targeted heal, probably. We could get an indiscriminate heal, maybe. Let's get an indiscriminate heal. And then we have battery, right? Yeah, okay, so we can get Broken Revolver, it's pretty good. Lithograph, what does this do? Whenever an enemy is staggered, ally, okay, that doesn't do anything against a boss fight. Let's get another skill, too. And then I guess we can buy a support passive, but I don't know if there's any good ones. Actually, doesn't Base Heathcliff have a blunt support passive? Yeah, I guess, okay, we can buy Base Heathcliff. And then doesn't Cromer Faust have a blunt support passive? No, she does not. I mean, I don't think the rest of them matter at all, actually. I'll just get Heathcliff. We can bring Sinclair. Fuck it.
몸이 따라줄진 모르겠지만 가라면
I just want to
가야지.
see W Corp again. U Corp was mentioned in Ruina and in Liu Ish's Uptie story. Bro, like, you are cooking too much, bro. Liu Ishmael's Uptie story,
자극제가
plus
더
U
맞았나?
Corp is one of the
적군이
only
더 강해진
districts
것
near
같아.
the sea? Like, how? Like, who is the knower, bro? Like, this guy has the fucking map up in his room or something. This guy, oh my god. Although maybe that was just written on the bounds of T's Nest. Makes more sense. I sort of expected the chapter to be dead ass in the ocean. Listen, I haven't gone completely off the rails with Limbus theorizing yet. Only a matter of time till we all go mad, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like, how do you guys, like, who is the one, who are the knowers, bro? Okay. Give me burn count. Give me burn pote. Give me burn.
이대로 가보자고.
예측대로군.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
자,
좋은 판단은 아니었어. 아, 뭐.
2 crits in a row. Dude, it's my birthday or something. Wow. Yeah, spite driven, bro. See, dude, look, that Heathcliff, base Heathcliff support passive, that's a good investment right there. Can't lie, that shit was kind of fire. 269 damage? What the fuck did that come from? Was it special contract? He wasn't even staggered. That's the only thing I could think of. Head is, which is that? They're both staggered? Okay. Are you just dead, or do you have the static? I don't remember how the static exactly works. I think he should just die though, unless he has something that I forgot about. Yeah, I mean, as soon as part breaks, he's gone. Surely. You missed my comment with further context further up? Oh, for context, people are guessing U-Corp will be our next stop because it's one of the neighboring districts to K-Corp. And we only ever go to neighboring districts / the same districts for chapters? I guess. The Illuminati don't matter. The real 1% is the VM lore knowers. Like, true though, actually. Dude, that could have been a 2-turn if I used egos. I just wasn't sure if it worked like that or not. That could have been a 2-turn if we used egos. Oh well. It's gonna be like a 3 or 4 turn then, because of the static passive, right? I think. Or does he not gain static? I don't know how this Abno works still. It's really weird. I've read it like multiple times and I don't know. Yeah, he's on 1 health. But he doesn't have any like visible static buff, so I don't really know, like, I don't understand. I'll just keep stacking burn on him. You have 42 by 15 burn. I mean... Okay, I guess you're dead, sure. Can't die when it has charge. Oh, I thought it was a separate buff. Right, okay. I mean, it just dies to burn at the end of the turn, I guess. I don't fucking know. Anyways, yeah, I mean, I think the extended burn team, we can all agree, did the absolute worst out of all of them. Like, Hong Lu does not pull his weight in battle as much as his other IDs, and by bringing him, you're omitting bringing a meta ID, right? Like, the full Liu burn engine costs 4 slots, right? And when you consider that a team is usually 5 slots, that leaves you 1 slot for, like, a meta ID. So if I were to trim it down, I'd say definitely don't bring Hong Lu, for sure. Definitely not worth it. Mersault is debatable. But, you know, I mean, that's like personal preference. I might just bring him anyway because he could be useful, but I might favor Rose Banner over him, honestly. I don't know. Liu Mersault is pretty good because of Capote support, but it is what it is. And then, you know, Gregor and Ishmael are doing their job as per usual, so yeah. Give me my points. Still haven't gotten the mythical fairy long legs? Dude, like, I don't fucking know that. What is fairy long legs, bro? Goofy ass name. Who fucking knows, man? Maybe I'll show up in Mirror Dungeon 2. Maybe he will. I'm a lore nut. If there's anything to know about his setting, I'll get all the info I can. Yeah, the optimal setup is issue one more. Yeah, more just clogs up the team. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I was saying before we even tested, like in the other video. That's what I was saying, and yeah, people were like, nah, dude, you should bring Hong Lu. You know, you should bring Hong Lu. He's, you know, you should bench him. You know, all my comments are like, all these goofy casual players being like, dude, maybe you should reconsider rating her, you know? I feel like if you bring the full Liu comp, it could be good. I'm like, dude, there's just no way. But I mean, you know, I think we've learned something very valuable today. Liu Ishmael on her own is a very good generalist. Definitely her best ID if you're going in blind to any content or you're just casual playing. It's her best ID. At least until Update 4 comes out, obviously, disclaimer. We've learned that this is her best ID generally. Probably still is, it is not as good as LCCB in an optimized setup because her damage is fine, but it's not more than the damage 5 Fragile will add. So, I mean, in an optimized setup, in 1 turn, 2 turns, LCCB is still going to be better. You know, in optimized Railway, Liu Gregor is literally free to bring, so, you know, you're always going to bring Liu Gregor no matter what, so it's free if you're using Liu Ishmael. Your choice on using Liu Mersault. Capote is definitely a potent ego, and if you're bringing a solid Liu core, they can fuel Capote pretty much, like, cyclically. Like, they can just spam this thing out, because they all have Wrath and Wrathless Sloth, so Liu Mersault is an option. Don't use Liu Honglu. Definitely don't. He just has so much better things to be doing than being a burn support for a team that doesn't need more burn. So, yeah, that's my conclusion. If only Gregor had better clashing. Okay, if Gregor had better clashing, he would be overpowered. So, I don't know if we need him to have better clashing. He already has a fine support passive. Again, this only shows up in optimized play. Very niche support passive, but it's very good if you know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're not getting value out of this at all. And then, you know, his passive in battle is okay for inflicting more burn potency. Obviously, again, he's a burn potency specialist. He specializes in stacking up your burn damage as much as possible. So for a solo burn engine, he is very good. Because, you know, burn potency, if you don't have any synergy, burn potency is the only thing that matters, because it's damage. So, you know, he's pretty free to bring. If he had better clashing, he would be a straight upgrade to G-Corp, which would be kind of fucked up, honestly, if he was. So, you know, you bring him for free, and then Mersault it's your choice on which one you want to bring, honestly. I feel like you can swap between these two pretty comfortably, I feel like it'd be okay. I feel like the whole Liu squad is fun, but nowhere near meta like Hong Lu. Yeah, probably. They're fun. Like, same with, like, full N-Corp team. Like, the optimal way to play with some of these IDs is, again, like, let's say you're building a deck, right? Let's see you, let's say you're building a deck in a video game. Like, I don't know, how many of you fucking play, like, Hearthstone or something? Like, I was gonna ask Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that's, like, the more... That's, like, the better example. But no one fucking plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Besides, like, me and a few other people, I think. It's a very niche game, so... if you play, like, Hearthstone, bro... Like, if you're building, like a Murloc deck or something, like, if you want to run, like, a Murloc engine in that game... there's a shit ton of terrible Murlocs in Hearthstone, but there's, like, a few good gems among them, right? Like, if there's like, a terrible archetype, but they want to make it good... then there's going to be a few elements, like a few cards, basically, that will make that archetype really work. And those few pieces of support generally carry the entire archetype, right? Like, if your archetype sucks, then you're going to, like, you know, in order to make it good, they're going to need to print, like some really fucking batshit insane stuff, right? In order to make it good, right? So what you do is if you're building a team, and this is what I mean by extracting the engine, right? The core engine. You take those batshit insane cards and cut out like all of the shit cards, right? Like, if you wanted to play like what's called pure, in a card game, if you wanted to play like a pure archetype, right, you would run only those cards, right? So like if you want to play like pure Murlocs in Hearthstone or something, you know, you would run only Murlocs. Even like, and to get to like the requirements of having like a ton of Murlocs, you need to play bad Murlocs, right? You know, I did play Yu-Gi-Oh! A bit. I had a Gishki deck. Yeah, like, you know, pure Gishki. Like the Ursarctic Draw 7. Exactly! The Ursarctic Draw 7, bro. Like, Ursarctic drawing 7 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fundamentally broken, right? But because Ursarctic cards are just terrible, it's not good, right? But if you can somehow take the Ursarctic engine of Draw 7 and splash it into a better deck, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Like, one of the decks I play, like, semi-consistently is, like, Dragon Link. Very popular deck, right? Dragon Link has, like, 3 or 4 different main engines going on in it, right? Because Dragon Link is basically just a pile of good dragon cards that they printed. For those who don't have an idea of what that is because you don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, dragons are a very supported archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because dragons are very popular, right? And the game has been around for 20 years, so out of all of the different dragon cards they printed over the past 20 years, Dragon Link is essentially a conglomeration of all of the best dragon cards that they've ever printed into one deck, right? You trim out all of the dog shit dragon cards, and you only play the good dragon cards, right? And that's kind of the same thing with, that's kind of the same thing in this game, where it's like, you cut out all of the bullshit Liu IDs that are not valuable, and you just run the good ones, right? You cut out all of the bullshit Tremor IDs, and you just run the good ones. Same thing with N-Corp, right? You cut out all of the bullshit, like, Tremor, like, N-Corp IDs, and you just run the good ones, right? So, like, if you're casual and you're trying to have fun, then you can run a full N-Corp team and have fun, right? But will it be better than just taking the good N-Corp IDs and running a small Nails and Fnatic engine inside of a better team comp in general? No, it will not be good enough, because those bad N-Corp IDs are just inherently by design carried by the good, like the overpowered few, right? Like, the best part of an N-Corp team is going to be Gripper Faust and Gripper Sinclair, and there's nothing stopping you from just taking those two out of an N-Corp team and building a stronger team overall around them, right? So that's why Liu IDs generally are just not going to be good, because they're carried by the good few. They're carried by the good few, where it's like just Supmael and just Gregor, and then the other ones are just filler, right? Like, they're carried by the overpowered few that are so strong because they need to be turbo broken in order to make it work. So you're just better off cutting those, right? You're just better off cutting Liu Honglu for sure. And then, like, Mersault is your choice. Personal preference. Depends on the meta. Depends on what we're going to see in Railway. If Tremor ends up being good, I'll just use Rose Spanner. If we need more generalist blunt damage, then I'll just bring Liu, right? Like, you know. Bro, every time I look at M-Corp, Dawn, I cry a little. Like, exactly. Like, she's fine, but if you want to use like a full N-Corp team, you know, go for it. But it's never going to be the best. It's never and this goes for every card game, right? Like, almost every single card game, it is better to take the best part of any engine and splash it into a better deck, right? Instead of making a whole deck around one engine. Usually. Like, some card games have archetypes that only work with other cards of their type. They're very, what we call them in card gaming terminology is like xenophobic.
they lock you out of using anything else. One of the examples is like, you know, pure paladin in Hearthstone, right? Like pure paladin requires you to play only paladin cards, right? So like you can't splash in generic good stuff because you can only play paladin cards in order to play pure paladin, right? So it's like that, where like sometimes the archetypes are just very xenophobic and they need to be run with each other, but that kind of doesn't exist in this game. Pretty much everything is like splashable into everything else to some extent. So you can just cut out like the worst of every you know, you could cut out the worst of every engine and just run like the good parts of the Tremor engine. You could just run the good parts of the Tremor engine and you'll be fine. And it'll do almost exactly the same as running like an extended Tremor engine, or I don't even know like how many other Tremor IDs we got. Like, isn't Rose Spanner like fucking Gregor like a Tremor ID? Like, dude, we're not counting Rose Spanner Gregor, right? Like the extra extended Tremor engine. Like you could just cut out Mersault because he's not necessary for it to work. You can cut out Gregor because he's not necessary for it to work, right? So, you know, that's the idea basically. And, you know, we learned a lot today. Whether or not you like from the gameplay, I don't know if you learned a lot, but I learned a lot. Because it just reaffirmed that, you know, yeah, yada yada yada, I was right as per usual, blah blah blah. Well, yawn, you know, yawn. I'm just so good at the game. But yeah, we learned a lot. And again, stream was fun, for sure. But I'm gonna be winding down a little bit, you know. Yeah, and if you want to play fluff or worse units as a challenge, it's fine. Yeah, or for fun, you know, for thematic's sake, right? I'm not gonna say you can't. I'm not gonna say you can't, and you're wrong for doing that. Like, if you want to run full N-Corp, it's fun, you know? It's fun to just pull up with full N-Corp because it's on brand, it's on theme, and the IDs all naturally synergize with each other, right? Even though some of them, you know, even though some of them pay off less than others, you know, they all still have a generic theme that ties them together, so it's fun to use them together, even though it's not the most effective strategy, right? And I'm not discounting you if you want to play like that. I'm not discounting you. I'm just saying that, you know, mostly this channel is about the meta and about optimizing gameplay. And if you want to play optimized, you know, if you want to learn principles that will optimize gameplay and help you understand the meta, you do have to understand you have to understand a lot of these concepts. And this goes, like, these concepts carry over from game to game. Mostly strategy games is what concepts like engines and opportunity cost and stuff like come from. But, you know, they can be applied to just gaming in general, for the most part. So, you know, just understanding these concepts, I would say they're not like basic concepts, but they're not advanced concepts. They're just general ideas. They will help you understand why things are meta, like why I choose not to bring Liu Honglu, because again, on my other video that I posted yesterday reviewing Ishmael, there's like a bunch of comments that are like, oh man, but like why are you discounting bringing Liu Honglu, bro? Like, yeah, you could use Liu Honglu too. I don't see why you wouldn't bring the entire Liu squad. Yeah, I mean, you could, but it's just not better. It's just not better than our other options. Like, it's not better than splashing it in the Liu engine and then just like running Ting Tang for good stuff, right? Like, it's just not better. So it's okay. I prefer to play weird to meta. That's fair, honestly. Playing weird, it does give you some goofy shit, like, especially, like, you know, the solo LobCorp Faust on line 1. Like, that, I mean, playing weird is, like, pretty funny. And also, like, you know, the person who in the first week of line 1 got, like, a 999 turn score, which was, like, you know, really goofy. And that's, like, a massive flex in and of itself. So, you know, I mean, there's definitely some merit to doing that. Or, like, you know, just doing it for a challenge, like, you know, running full line 1 with only N-Corp, like, that's a challenge in and of itself that takes a certain amount of skill and execution, right? So, you know, I'm not saying that if you don't play meta, you're bad. I'm just saying, you know, if you want to improve at the game, you have to understand the meta, right? Like, that's the bottom line. Like, if you want to actually get better and see better results, you need to understand the meta. more than anything, right? Lesson for today, Soups is indeed a gamer. Bro, when have I not been? Yeah, you need to be aware. I like to optimize maximum jank, so knowing meta is good. Yeah, like, these concepts can apply to janky setups too. Like, these concepts can apply to sub-meta concepts as well, right? Like, if you're trying to maximize poise, like, you need to know what poise IDs you need to bring and which poise IDs you don't want to bring, right? Because there's some, like, real stinkers. So if you're trying to play, like, poise turbo, right? You need to know which poise IDs you want to bring and why, right? And even though no poise IDs are meta right now, like, you just need to know. You know, you just need to know what, you need to know why, like, what certain concepts are in order to optimize that gameplay, right? And that gameplay is, you know, definitely, that gameplay definitely has relevant concepts that carry over from the meta, and understanding that. It's just understanding game design in general, right? You must know the meta to run non-meta better. Yeah, especially in competitive gaming. This game is not super competitive because it's single player, obviously. But you know, yeah, in competitive gaming especially, if you're running a strategy that is worse than the meta strategy, then you need to understand the meta better than everyone else, because you need to understand how to beat those people, right, who are on the meta strategy, right? You need to understand how to compete and beat those people if you're on non-meta. And it's kind of the same thing in single-player games, except instead of beating other people, it's beating content, right? You need to understand how to clear content with a setup that is not as good, right? And that takes a certain amount of skill. Exactly, I did Poise Turbo and it's mostly turboing She Ishmael. Yeah, exactly, right? You just need to know, like, exactly what your win conditions are, identifying your win conditions and stuff like that. You know, yeah, it's like a unconditional universal 20% damage from Ting Tang without any space wasted, compared to conditional 30% only to Ishmael if you get the burn count is rough, even if his bench was better. Exactly, right? Exactly. I'm mostly running who I like while still focusing on turboing out Ebony Stem, Isong Sun Shower, and Ardor. Yeah, like, that's perfectly valid. And it's definitely an effective strategy too, for sure. Like, you know, turboing out AoE egos is definitely just an effective strategy overall, right? And as long as the people who you like can support those egos, dude, run whoever the fuck you want, right? Literally, just run whoever the fuck you want. If you have no other Ryoshus than 7 section, more power to you, bro. She is, as far as the meta's concerned, she is now, like, sub-meta, because Chef is just way too powerful to replace in most setups, right? So, you know, more power to you there. She's definitely slept on. She was meta before Chef came out. She was probably her best ID, but she was just slept on in general. But now she's definitely slept on because everyone uses Chef. So if you want to use her, whether it's for lack of better options or just because you like using her, hey, more power to you. She does support your strategy, and as long as you have a clear strategy that you know in concept, if you have a strategy that you know in concept will work, then, you know, getting there, even if other people don't understand it, getting there yourself is the most important thing. Other people do not need to understand why your strategy works as much as you do. Because, you know, if they're copying you, dude, whatever, you know. This is why I like trying out current content with just base centers. I can't always rely on mega burst damage less high clashes to survive. Yeah, sure. That's definitely valid as well. Base center only is definitely a very popular challenge in this game too. So, you know, like, no gacha strategies in gacha games is also just very, very popular in general. Like, I feel like a lot of people, when they think of a challenge run in a gacha game, one of the first things they think of is always, like, no gacha, or, like, you know, like, how much can I get without pulling a single time, you know, with only welfare units, or only pitying, you know, stuff like that. How far can I get, right? And that's, like, one of the first things people try, so it's definitely a valid strategy as well. I spent 30 plus turns of Fire Emblem Fates to make my bad favorite units good. I'm well versed in knowing how to abuse game mechanics to make bad units good. See, like, that takes a certain amount of skill, so hey, props to you. If 7 Ryoshu kit was any other sinner, would be heavily used. Heavily used depends. It depends. It depends on which sinner it would be, obviously. 7 section Ryoshu, I feel like it would only be heavily used if it was on another sinner that was not that was not contested for a slot heavily. Like, the only ones that I think it would be heavily used on is, like, Otis, Gregor, and Mersal. Pretty much. Because all of the other Sinners have, like, their IDs in the meta are pretty much, like, locked in for the most part. Maybe Isang, but, I mean, he already has a 7-section ID, so it can't really count him, obviously. But I would say, like, the only other options besides Ryoshu for it, for like 5/fragility, would be like Mersalt, Otis, and Gregor, because they don't really have a set in stone place in the meta right now. So that's what that's it. That's the bottom line there. Shame that our only welfare is Sue Gregor. I mean, okay, to be fair, in the tutorial you get She-Section Ishmael guaranteed. You get She-Section Ishmael guaranteed, so, that's something, I guess. Beyond that, it would just be base center only for the most part, and then, like, I mean, just, like, Battle Pass egos and event egos, I guess. I mean, there's also the challenge of, spamming Mirror Dungeon over and over to dispense things, because no gacha does not mean base center only, right? No gacha does not mean base center only, it just means no gambling. So if you're like grinding out Mirror Dungeon for an ID, you do have to choose, like, if you're on no gacha, it becomes a lot harder in this game, let's just say, because, like, you can't just randomly, you can't, like, passively collect 2 stars, you have to actively choose which 2 stars you want, for the first, on one hand, and 3 stars are kind of expensive if you can't just pull them randomly. So you have to pick and choose which ones you want to prioritize. So, I mean, maybe it could be interesting. But, that's like a discussion for another day. Are you ever going to stream Valorant? I hear you're talented at it. Bro, shut the hell, Rob. Shut the hell up, bro. Get the fuck out of my stream. Yeah, aside from Ishmael. Yeah, anyways. I think I'm going to call it. Unless anyone else has anything, any other questions or anything. Next stream is going to be probably next week when Mirror Dungeon 2 launches. Until then, I mean, there's not really much else, there's not really much other content in this game to be had, besides just doing dailies. And maybe they've released patch notes or something. So, it's fine, it's fine. TBH, most base center runs come down to use Isang and Mersalt base ego to be safe. Mersalt base ego is obviously super overpowered. We can all we can all obviously agree on that. So yeah, it's basically a crutch. It's basically a crutch. So I don't know. There's a reason I don't do base center only. I'll respect you if you do, but it's just not super interesting to me because only half of the base centers IDs are even remotely viable in the first place. So there's like less innovation than it seems at first glance. Anyway, so I think I'm gonna call it. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you stuck around for like the majority of it, bro, some of you are like crazy, bro. The stream is like 5 hours. Does Talisman Claire work now? Yeah, apparently. I haven't tested it because we were just testing Burn, but I've heard that Talisman was fixed. It was not in the patch notes, but a lot of people are telling me it's fixed. So it's probably going to be way more useful. Maybe I could try another maybe I could try another K-Corp Honglu solo or something. No, Talisman still doesn't work as far as I know. I don't know. I mean, now I'm getting mixed results. I mean, apparently it doesn't work, apparently it does work. Hold on. I don't, hold on. Yeah, apparently, like, I've had a few people talk to me about Talisman working. Apparently it got fixed this patch, but I don't know for sure, because I haven't seen it for myself. So, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not entirely sure if it actually is patched, but I've had a few people say it was, and I'm just gonna trust them. I'm literally just gonna trust them. So, Yeah, apparently Talisman Sinclair's fixed. Talisman applies Rupture before on-hit effects also, which is apparently neat. Sure. Cool. You can try Talisman Claire plus Kong Lu. Yeah. Like, that's what I would do. If I would do another solo, I might do another solo sometime just for fun. On my own. But, Kong Lu, can support the Talisman passive. Even though it's on Resonance, it's pretty easy for him to accomplish because of his skill 2 is Gluttony, so it's pretty easy to accomplish. So if it's fixed, then there's some potential there. But that's for another time. I'm gonna cut it now. So, hey, take care, have a good one. Thanks for watching. Tune in next week. There's gonna be a stream next week for Mirror Dungeon 2 Hard for sure. Definitely. But until then, I mean, there's gonna be not much content from me. There's not much to do in this game. So, hey, take care. Have a good one.